Hello and welcome back to Age of Wonders. We're going to be trying out a really stupid, silly build today, a pacifist build. I'm going to attempt to win the game on brutal difficulty by not attacking any units. We're going to be doing retribution strikes, retaliation strikes. We're going to be stunning people. We're going to be doing a morale build. It's mostly focused around morale building and like slowly draining the morale out of everybody. But I'm going to see how defensive I can make my units while also letting them just sap the morale from people. It's going to be tough. I don't entirely know how we're going to deal with ranged units other than just like getting next to them and shutting them down. But the idea is that I'm never going to openly attack another unit for the entire campaign, and that means not just other factions but also any neutral monster camps that exist on the map. I have a tome path and a theory path that I've been working on, and I think might work, but I gotta be honest, there is no guarantees right now. Originally, I had talked about doing this challenge on something like the Frozen Realm or the Desolate Realm, just because I haven't really explored these higher tier realms, but I think this is going to be such a difficult one just on its own that we may take something simpler. I think we're gonna make a realm for this one. I don't want the realm to be like broken towards us, but I want it to be like a fairly neutral place. He's gonna poison them all. No poison either. It's hopefully going to be just like stacking intimidation auras and destroying morale, hoping that nobody goes that undead, and then just making our guys really chonky. And it's a lot of it's going to be relying on retaliation effects and heals. So, land, lava divide, lava lake, pocketed with lakes of lava. A scarred divide with an uninhabitable desolate ocean. Yeah. We did divide on the last map. Let's do scarred divide on this one. So we are going to end up with kind of similar to our barbarian build we just did. We will end up having a lot of the nature tree in here. So one of the things we can do is we can heal the realm, which is always a little bit of fun. Mountains and highlands. Each round, all unowned desolate provinces have a small chance of transforming into a different theme. Oh, that's the forming one. Endless fields, desert realm. A scarred desert realm? That seems interesting to me, as we kind of end up being the people who come in to help it out. Free cities are rare. Megafauna, peaceful lands. Plant units are common. Animal units and animal infestations with constructed ancient wonders such as ziggurats are absent. Animals with empowered beasts. Oh my god. I think we did lingering creators on the last one. Dragon infestations. Oh wow. No, that seems like a very bad idea. Let's go wildlands. Animals feel like a good choice. We're not going to do any of the presence traits because they're just a bit much. Made of mayhem, crystalline abundance. You know what? I am going to go with crystalline abundance because I am going to be relying on a lot of spells. We have to cast a lot of heal spells, so having an abundance of mana will be helpful. Free cities are rare. City ruins are common. Yeah, let's do that. If it's a scarred desert realm, it's kind of the idea that like this world has been destroyed by some sort of like magic disaster, but now like the animals have taken over. Constructed ancient wonders such as ziggurats are absent. Maybe a different. Free cities are rare. Free cities are rare. I might actually stack the two of those together instead. And just let the let what spawns. Rule modifiers. No. Empire units suffer no respite. Units regenerate -5 fewer HP per turn outside friendly domain. Yeah. I think that's going to be really tricky because the idea is like I don't really want to be attacking people. And we'll get a bunch of benefits from being in friendly domain. Like we'll heal quite quickly in friendly domain. And I don't think we need any of these. Lightless. The nights are dark and full of terror. Vision range of all units is reduced by 2. You know what? Let's do it. So my role play idea for this realm is like this is a realm that got destroyed. I'm gonna say probably magic blew up the sun or something of the sort. You know, I know that would naturally cause a planet to just explode and be destroyed, but this is magic, you know. So it's a scarred realm. It's a desert realm. It's hot. It's destroyed. There's not a lot of people living here, but there's a bunch of mana left over from something. The realm is in ruins, so there's remnants of civilizations that are there, but nobody can seem to like heal. Something is wrong with the land, and it is dark all the time. Player distance could be standard. We'll play with 7 players. We'll go brutal. I think 7 is fine. The portal visual. This one maybe. Yeah, why not? Let's go with this one. Advanced settings, factions, rulers are generated. And on brutal. And I'm actually gonna still keep Allied Victory on because right now I think the game is gonna be very difficult for us.
Your journey
already
starts here.
A passive necromancer that just wants to make friends. A passive romancer. A necromancer. Oh, very good, very good. Love it. So we're gonna play as Toadkin. We did a little theory crafting on this yesterday. We're going to be playing as Nightmare Mounts. This is the most important thing in the build because we need intimidating aura on our tier 3 units. And we're going to take defensive tactics because we're always going to stand in a big blob.
What is their origin culture?
We're going to take industrious so that our tier 3 units are shields.
What defines their society?
And this is where I start getting a little bit sloppy. Originally, I was going to take Silver Tongued. But I'm realizing now that that doesn't make a lot of sense for us. Largely because there's not really going to be a lot of free cities. I think I'm going to take Adept Settlers. Because there's city ruins all over the place. Panzer, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome on in. Welcome to the agency. And then, let's see, we can't take Imperialists. Extra unit of shield arms and diplomatic focus. No, that's not a good idea. Rally of Lieges. No. Combat spells cast less mana to cast. This would be good. Because it would allow us to do like debuffs and heals more often.
Pacifism, what's this? Stellaris. sickening.
I know, it's gonna be a weird way. I really don't know if it's gonna work, but I think it might. My lines are basically just gonna be bastions and steel shapers. Man, I'm so tempted to just take experienced seafarers because it's so busted, but I need to spread out a little bit here. Tier 3 units get +1 rank, but city cap is decreased. Enchantments. There are a good few enchantments we're going to have active. I could go runesmiths. I'd like to spread out though if I'm you know what? Let's just do it. I'm gonna take gifted casters. Yeah, because this is just good. It's more casting points. It's more ability to cast heals and everything else in combat as well without like killing all of my mana. And it gives me an astral, which just like I'm hoping will work for us.
Choose your first tone.
Now, notes. So warding is going to be our first book. This will give us magical wards for the resistances. It's going to give us staves of warding for bolstered resistance on support units. It's going to give us static shield, which is going to help stun people. Marking of vulnerability, obviously keep people alive. And then phantasm warriors are just like a good summonable refill, right? There's a couple of things we're going to hit. We're going to hit like phantasm warriors. We're also going to hit the nature entwined protectors as well. So if we lose our guys, we can replace them with summoned shield units. Let's get bolstering support here, which is pretty good.
What is your ruler's origin?
Let's go Wizard King.
Reveal yourself.
And we have some of our build yesterday. It looks like ready to go. We're going to start with the Tyrant Sword and Shield because it gives us Intimidation Aura, which I believe stacks with the Nightmare's Intimidation Aura. I hope. And like later down the road, we're going to get Intimidating Aura on our shield units, and I'm hoping that that also stacks with the Nightmare's Intimidating Aura. So the idea is that we can sap 10 morale around. Let's we're gonna go small. We're gonna go small and chunky. That's what I want to do. I don't know what we're gonna look like entirely yet, but we are gonna be a frog, and I think we're gonna be green frogs. Pose. I'm okay with you posing with your sword and shield right now. I want to go fat frog. I want him to have some nice peaceful eyes. There we go. Pink and peaceful. Match the flowers in his hair. We're going to give him the lily pad hat. Truly the greatest, most pacifist hat of all. And I don't know that his eyebrows really matter. I guess we'll just give him these extra spikes. Can I auto combat or will I always do fighting? That's a good question. I guess I'm gonna have to always do fighting. Ooh, that's a good question. Can we auto combat? I think if we can prove that the build works and that I can hold out, I will allow auto combat later, because otherwise, like, the campaign's going to take a week. If I can prove the system works, then we'll mess things up after. We're going to do his outfit individually. I am going to give him the druid gear, though, so that he has a nice flowery crown with his lily pad and a flowery cape. Let's see what kind of pretty things we can give him. Whoa, that looks really funny. I love this mod. It's just the best. Oh, that's a dress. I was like, why does he have spiky boob plates? Originally, we were just thinking about making him go kind of like nude. Which is admittedly still an option. Man, my life for some better lighting in this character designer. I like his crop top. I guess this doesn't really do much because his outfit has arms. Oh, this one doesn't. I might just go crop top. I do like some fancy jewelry on him. His armor color should be like pink though. Yeah, I'm not feeling the mix and match here so much. I feel like it doesn't work as well for this outfit. I can still do accessories even if I go with this guy. This is what I was thinking about doing. He gets the little pink ritual dagger, but then it's just like totally nude on top. We can doll him up. Everything cutting through his cape. Ooh, I kind of like this. It's just puffy shoulders. Yeah, I like that a lot. And we can maybe give him some bracelets or something. Ooh, or like a neck piece? Yes, this is going to be the way to do it for sure. Let's do it this way. We got bones. We got a couple other pieces in here. Give him a bunch of hands. No, that seems a bit aggressive. I like those little neck guards we had. Like this one here. I think that looks fun. So he's got this puffy shirt, but he's decided to like just leave his chest bare open. He's a handsome lad. I want to go pink with our color, and I want to go something peaceful. Always a difficult choice to see. I have to fight because he's going for moral build, but I don't know it'll work well in auto combat. Yeah, I guess that's the other point, is it might not work in auto combat at all. Is there like a flower maybe? Trees, a maple leaf, kind of a maple leaf. Infinity sign. Oh, of course. That's the obvious. You gotta go. If we're gonna wear the lily pad hat, we can take the little lily pad flower, the little orchid, as our sign. Auto will screw you up. Yeah, maybe. All right, let's make sure that these guys are chonks and shorts. And is that the right green skin? I think so. Oh yeah, that was the other thing. We did this the other day. In skin decoration, we were going to give him this like golden pattern all over his body. This like nice rune work. That looks so good, especially with the open. It's got like this almost like Aztec vibe to it. And we're going to give it to these guys as well. Just a little splash of color. Armor color, you know it's pink. Hair color, also pink. They're frogs. They don't have hair. Phantom, hello. And I think that's it.
Your journey begins.
All right. now comes the hard part. We could go this may be the last build for a while, so we could go with Turg the Peaceful. He is the channel mascot. Title, Peacebringer. Cool. Forceful Peacebringer. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Bracelets on the arms. You can't mix and match. That's the thing with the outfit builder is you can't. I mean, I guess I could just like build the bits like that as a belt and a skirt and leave the rest open. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. We got that. We got the poofy sleeves. So the neck romancers. What about like they just want kisses, right? So they're cursed princes because they're all frogs. This is the goal. They're just looking for lovely kisses from people. They just want some princesses. They give them kisses and turn them out of frogs. That's why they're trying to bring peace to everybody. I like this. This is a stupid enough idea for me. The idealists. Peacebringer Turg the Peaceful. That's a lot of peace in there. I also kind of like that it's cursed princes, but they're on nightmares because that's very confusing. We could call him Anthony Hopkins. Is that not too bad of a frog pun? I'm not sure. I might just do it anyway. You frogged me from a while back. I remember last time we played frogs, there was a lot of good frog puns in the chat. So, yeah, I like this. This works for me. God, I hope this works. I truly have no idea if this build is gonna. The biggest challenge is gonna be the early game until we get to tier 3. Because we're not going to have access to good units for quite some time. All right, we took adept settlers, so we can have lots of cities, and there's city ruins all over the place. So what I'm hoping is that we don't necessarily have to build outposts everywhere. We can just found them. They cost less and they start bigger. So if we grow really big, really fast, it'll help. And then gifted casters, I think is probably a good choice. We can also do scout prospecting, which we all know is definitely not a super broken ability. And bolstering, right? We start with the Mark of Invulnerability. We start with a bolstering chant. This is really good for us. And Steel Fury chant. Not so good, but we'll still take it. Ooh. What do we start with in our city? Anvil guards. Who have taunt. Ooh. Interesting. Very interesting. And what do Phantasm Warriors get? They just get melee strike. But they also get ethereal. Well, I think I'm going to start with Phantasm Warriors first, just so we have the ability to, like, build up quick. First things first, where are we on the map? They always seem to center me. All right, we got mountains on the left and right. We got a path south. So I think Anthony's going to be heading south. So let's send this dweeb to the north, I think. We have no pastures, but we have double mines. Double veins, I should say. You need to build a scout so that we can prospect. And this requires a forester to get boosted. And gives us both production and food. So I'm actually, as weird as it might feel to do it, think I'm going to start with a forester so that I can build the farmstead. Because we're going to grow... I'm going to spend Imperium, like, immediately to grow the next step. There is an infestation up there, so I'm suddenly rethinking my opening moves. I'm going to send the scout down that way. I'm going to send you over here. There's a mana node. Okay. And then you're going to head north. And I guess that's it. Two defenders and a spear unit. That's good for us. Wow. Okay, we already found another faction. Aggressive Talpids. They like empires with summoned units. They like empires with vassals. They dislike larger domains, which they're going to dislike us for, and empires that start war, which we're not going to do. I'm going to send them a welcoming gift. Their order, chaos, and nature. And berserkers. Okay, berserkers were shamans, and they took the pathfinder into their army. So next turn I can boost. This does mean I probably need to rush down and choke off this point pretty soon. They might also come from that underground passage. Can I see what your people are? Underground adaptation. Yeah, okay, so she actually is almost certainly under that underground passage. Gonna need a lot of scouts. Yeah, well, especially with prospecting, it's always kind of worth doing. Yeah, I just saw something build down there. She's already got a second army of 4. Why can't I see her city? Weird. Okay, there is a road that goes that way. But I think I'm going to probably go down that way right now. An arbalist is actually useless to me. And I think until I have a phantasm warrior, I can't win this fight. I'm going to get rid of this arbalist. I know how weird this already feels. Is that a tower? No. All right, I'm going to have this person start bolstering, because we're going to have to... A lot of this is going to be relying on just having, I think, him tank a lot of stuff. Technically, I only need 3 people. And we'll be fine. Firm. I mean, I might as well pick up the gold veins. And the iron veins. All right, I don't have enough money to rush is a bit of an annoying thing, but 2 foresters for the grand mill, the vendor. The workshop is going to give us draft, which I'm also, believe it or not, going to need. You know what? Screw it. Let's test this bad theory out. So there's a bunch of poison spiky bits, which is good for us. And honestly, the fact that these guys have taunt is pretty great. Well, let's have you go that way. And I think you're good there. All right. The first battle. Excellent. So this guy can taunt. And then we can bolster. Okay. Let's see how this works. If this works. Heal him. Shield you. Shield you. Shield you. -5 morale. -5 morale. Morale low. Morale low. This guy's fumbling now. And they're divvying up the shots. This guy's also suffering from bleeding, which is really funny. I think if we get the nightmares, this is going to work. It's going to be really hard until then. Like, we're going to have to super focus on getting to tier 3 cities. I'm really glad that we took Astral and half off casting. Morale very low. This guy's starting to break already. Ouch. I gotta make sure that this guy stays taunted. I think he just broke. Is he broken? His morale is so bad. It's not broken, but it is. Oh my god! Give me the unit stats here. Very low. So he's on the edge. He's edging. I mean, at least right now, the bolstered defense is giving us enough that we're staying alive as well. I believe I am out of... I'm almost out of bolstering chance. I have one more left. These two just broke. I should have had him go over and taunt. Let's bolster him. You're gonna attack my lord. Interesting. Okay. It's a success. The opening fight is a success. Oh, this pleases me greatly. Prospect. This is amazing. I cannot believe. I am completely out of money already for the turn. Can I make a wizard's bond with you? If I can get this guy on my good side early on, maybe I could give him some mana. No. Boy. Am I making a certain build for this run? Yes, we're doing a pacifist build where we're not allowed to attack anything. Which is... got some challenge to it. Let's go magical wards. That's going to take a turn to load up. This lets me cast heals twice more in battle, which is going to be good. I need to heal here. I also need to build. You know what? I'm going to get a library early. We have a lot of spells we need. And I got to probably grow down here to make sure we get this forest. I want to make sure we get this mana and that we get this forest here at least. Cut them off. So this is what I should probably do, is build a forest. That'll let me build the next granary building and then another forest there. I could build a farm there actually if I wanted. Farm and a forest. All right, we'll think about. Are there any... There's one guy down underneath that. There's part of me that's just like, you gotta dig. Leather armor, that'll be good. +1 defense. We're gonna sit and heal. You're gonna go here. Prospect. Spider hatchling bell. I mean, technically that'll work. And our Phantasm Warrior is ready. I'm just gonna wait one turn before summoning him though, because then I'm gonna have to start moving up. And I just want to heal once more. Remember, we don't actually like heal outside of friendly territory. So going out and exploring is very difficult for us to do. What we should do is build another scout. I'm not sure if I want outposts yet. I do want another farm. And 90. That'll be reduced next turn, and I'll have 85, so I should be able to pick up that next turn and cut off this zone. Okay, you're gonna come up here and up here. I don't have to summon this brigand until we're ready for him. Or summon this, what do you call it, until we're ready for him? Oh wow, this is just desolate ocean. Oh wow. Okay, so the divide is the center of the map. It looks like it goes top to bottom here, which means if there's people, they're probably going to be here and here, which does definitely mean we need to get a northern outpost settled soon. Like, we're already behind on that. We normally get one at turn 6. The bulwark will allow us to get steel shapers, which are pretty important in our... God damn it. The AI has decided it doesn't want a wizard's pack. It wants to give me a rivalry for no reason. So we have an enemy on our doorstep already. Classic. You are 1 daylight spear, 1 sun priest, and 2 archers. Oh yeah, we have lightless. That's why we're so bad at seeing. Well, we have a bunch of mana. They only have one frontline unit here, which is kind of curious. It does make some things a bit more difficult, but... you know what? Let's get a spider hatchling. He's on a horse, so he'll catch up to everybody a lot faster anyway. That's low foliage, which is nice. Last time around, we did have the advantage of... what do you call them? We had the advantage of the thorn bushes last time, which were doing bleeding damage on one of the units. All right. You guys are just going to have to believe in yourselves right now. This is good, them focusing on the summoned unit on also getting poisoned. I think summoned units have a pretty good chance of being important to us. So I want you here. I need you back here. I don't have anyone to threaten that archer right now, and that is a bit of a problem. You'll be able to move in a minute, but... the other thing is, I don't know how taunt works if you're fighting like a melee unit. Or a ranged unit, I mean. He is going to attack him. There's almost no question about it. He's only down 13 HP though, so I don't want to waste a heal. We really need to like maximize heals as much as we can. He also does spirit damage, which of course I'm weak to. Okay. Sadly, I have to go in here because I need to stack debuffs. You're going to have to move here. And hopefully get on that Dusk Hunter next turn. Let's taunt him. Actually, they take less damage to Spirit, I'm just realizing. Defensive mode, defensive mode. Excellent. Okay. So you get to stick on him. You're debuffing the two of these guys on Morel. Y'all are going to give it your all. 19 is 20 on him, so I'm going to give it to him. These two are stuck. They can't really do anything. Let's make sure he's taunted. Because he's firing at him in low foliage there was my idea. He's almost fully retaliated. What's going to be really nice as well is once we get super growth, our guys are going to get 3 retaliation attacks. So I actually won't lose any attacks by just staying in defensive mode. Can you taunt again? You can. How is their morale? It's very low. Okay. He's going to consume the corpse. Then we can move you in. We can spin you. Let's make sure that you're moved in. What? He tries to run, and the other two route. It's working. I cannot believe this build is working. I just cleared an infestation with that. Yes! And we got a noble Aegis. Just like one of the best things we could possibly get right away. We go from +3 defense against flanking attacks to adjacent allies get +2 defense and +2 resistance. Oof. We also got a second spider bell, which is going to be really funny. I do got to figure out, before he can come back, he needs to build an outpost up here. So I think that's going to be our prime adventure in that direction now. This looks like some sort of altar of stars. It is. Prospect for gold. You've completed the tier 2 city. We'll get bastions here, who also do inspiring defense. So not only does it go into defensive mode, it does bolster defense on everybody around it. That's really good. We need 320 gold for that, which actually we're not far off. It's going to take 6 turns to build. I tell you what, we're going to build the stonemason. Then I can wait 2 turns and we can build that after, or get a lucky governorship or something. How are we on all of this? That's knowledge. Outposts. Let's attract population and grab a second one here. The free city of Copperload greets you nervously. They are also cursed princes. Amazing. Okay, so I mean, I can move down to cut these guys off if we wanted. Phoenixes could be pretty nice, just because they come back to life. But I think as long as they're choked off from coming up through these mountains, Copperload's going to grow here naturally and fill out the rest of this zone. So if we set up a spot up here, we should be in good shape. This is so stupid. I'm going to spend 8 mana upkeep. Yeah. When I need to, I'm going to summon that. Entwined Protectors are going to be good. I think so. They won't have the Intimidate aura, though, and that's the thing, is the Intimidate aura from the Nightmares is going to be really big. During diplomatic negotiations, Copperload invites you to a high-stakes Wizards and Kings game. It becomes clear that the Guildmaster is not up to the intricacies of the game. What should have been a pleasant way to exchange favors slowly turns into a diplomatic disaster. Get a bunch of money. Get immediately a pact of cooperation. Or humiliate them. Do I lose 100 and... I take the money. I'm gonna take the money, and then I'm gonna build a town hall. I'm gonna queue up a Steel Shaper as well. Steel Shapers will be really good because we can use them in the back line, and they can just pretty much like infinite buff our dudes. All right, we got an underground passage here. Temple of the Tome. Entwined Thralls and a Razorback. tricky. This knowledge buff is pretty good, but I'm also realizing like what I'm kind of hoping to find up here is a ruined city. That might be one. If I can find a ruined city, I can avoid building an outpost. But at the same time, it's like 1, 2, 3. I mean, I might just want to throw one up here anyway. Let's get this guy back above ground. Yeah, this is all like desolate terrain up here too, so like that's no good for me. Yikes. Maybe I should have built down here and cut them off on the underground passage. Hey, Mona. Let's prospect this. That's useful. If we end up recruiting a hero who doesn't have a nightmare, you know. It's worth noting, like, we do have adept settlers, so like getting cities is something that's like we absolutely need to do that. We got a ring of resistance we can throw on this dweeb, which is fantastic. We have a spell that's ready to launch, though I'm not ready to launch it. Let's get that stonemason built and get the forge tower working on. Yeah, like I'm actually thinking about like just recruiting another hero right away. What do we have? Friend of Ogres. Double morale bonus to its allies if it kills. 20% crit chance. Ooh, all non-hero units in the army gain 50 XP. That's what I want to go with. She's a Cursed Prince from Copper Load. Yikes. Is this more mountain? Boys, oh boys, this territory is not good. Over the mountains, through the woods. All right, we're finding a little territory over here. We've been insulted. Man, I don't know why I bother trying to make friends with anybody in this game sometimes. Like, nobody loves me. Everybody hates me. There is some good tree territory up here and an oasis, which is bonus food. Copper Load has to be like on this Scarred Divide, which is confusing. I think I need to just like get in here and build the outpost probably. You stuck? That's all your movement? My God. Back God. Astral Lord Tomos Mage Seeker of the Industrious Pets. Oh, we should definitely be getting along with this guy. Oh, no, he hates us for some reason. Dislikes empires with a weak military. Dislike empire that starts war. Likes empires that doesn't break treaty. Likes empires that trade grievances. Interested in money. I could give him a declaration of friendship. But I've got a funny feeling he's just gonna war deck me. He's rat people, industrious rat people who's summoning snow spirits and magma spirits. Interesting. Is he also... Quick reflexes, overwhelm, industrious, powerful evokers, and mana channeler. I was thinking maybe he might be underground as well, but don't quite look like it. Can we keep moving here? Yeah, let's keep going this way. 44 smackaroos. I guess I'm kind of like coming in and out and in and out here, trying to get as much as I can. Rune of Industry gives bolstering to non-industrious units. That's actually pretty good. Let's get Staves of Warding, though, because it's going to make our Steel Shapers buff even better. And we should try to get Fruitful Integration when we're ready to build a city. I do want to cast Magical Wards, so we'll start buffing that up. And I got to be careful. Like, we got to make sure that we keep mana in the bank. Because if I can't heal in fights, it's going to be a lot trickier to do. Majestic Anthony Hopkins. Copperload invites you to the ceremonial hunt of the Pyre-born Gore Tusk. We can displease them but become good guys. Or we can join them. We might as well join them. It's just shock piggies, he says. Oh, this map is crazy weird. Okay, there's desert up here. That's a ruin, or that's a ruin. It's right on the edge of the map, but... Prospect this. Heavy Armor Greaves. 3 defense, slow in combat, disables mount, though. Which is, unfortunately, a little too critical for me at this juncture. What's up with your vision range? We're playing on a lightless map, which means we have -2 vision range basically all of the time. Which is a bit tough. I think I might need some more population here. Give me a bit more gold as well. All right. Let's continue our realm of pacification. Pacidity? I don't know where I'm going with this. All right, magical wards. Good resistance for everybody. I think also, yeah, it makes it, for some reason, we're covered in lightning now. The visual for that one never actually has made a lot of sense for me. So, do I go... All right, you're an Oasis, a Mana Node, and a Fire Forge. There's also Silver Tongue and Iron deposits here. That looks like a ruins. I think a big problem is I don't entirely know what a ruined site looks like. Is that one or is that one? I think that's like a ogre keep. And that's a ruin. There is a watchtower here. Just like the first watchtower we've seen all game. What I'm seeing here is like a collection of a lot of really good resources. Even though it's all on desert terrain. Fire Forge. That's an oasis. I'm kind of thinking about building a city right here on this oasis. Because then I would pick up the extra 10 food. I'd have mana. I'd have Fire Forge. I'd have Silver Tongue, iron deposits. And I'm not that far off farmland in that direction. I'm only like 1 off farmland. I think that's what I'm going to do. Is we'll move there and we'll build. In the meantime, let's make some money. So is this guy... He's got an outpost right here. Oh, okay. Focus crystals. I might also build an outpost like just up here, even if I don't turn it into a full city. So I think it's pretty clear that the divide goes straight down the middle. And if she's down here, I mean, there has to be someone up in this corner that I'm going to be stepping on the toes of. You know what? Let's I just realized there's a road right here. Let's follow this up and see where it goes. And I believe this is tier 3 now for us. Super fast. It's very rare to get to tier 3 that quickly. I'm gonna go with the Grand Mill and I'm gonna start pumping out bastions. The idea, I guess, is probably 3 bastions, 2 steel shapers, and my hero. It's kind of what I'm vibing on right now. Yeah, this looks like pretty good territory. I think let's just do this. If we're going to do that, though, let's pick up outpost cost 50% less gold and come with a palisade wall. And let's also make sure we pick up newly founded cities gain +1 population. Hey, Mona. I'm going to hang out again, are you? And then I'm going to head up towards that those ruined cities in the north. I really want static shield, but I'm also wondering about adding +2 vision range, considering how bad our vision is and how many scouts we have. If I could get here, I can still prospect. You're gonna go up this way towards wherever that leads me. I'm gonna sneeze and scare my cat. Sorry, Mona. But you're very dusty. And I guess we can actually probably just start walking this guy up towards everyone else. I didn't realize there's pastures here. I'm gonna want to grow into that very quickly. Verta Bright Beacon has started talking to Copper Load. Yeah, I'm gonna rush this then. We took the money earlier, which slowed us down here. So if I screw this up, I might actually lose Copper Load, which is not acceptable. Excellent. There's the outpost. Okay. And you're going to move to that tower, which is going to be great. Let us see so much more. And I guess you're gonna move up this way and try to look for those broken cities. So it's only 150 for me to found a full city. And we get the oasis. I think I'm just gonna go straight for the city here. Yeah, I think that's probably the way to do this. Work camp takes 3 turns, and with the +10 on the oasis here, we're going to get a population in 3 turns anyway for free. Stone walls I don't really need right away. Watchtower doesn't do anything, so let's just found the city. I think that's the best bang for our buck. These are cliffs, so we can prospect. Love a good cliff. Where is this road taking me? I need to pick up staves of warding. So these guys will guard our people better. There's the Grand Mill for the extra food. Shrine requires a quarry. This requires a farm. Let's go money first. City cap. We have a +4 city cap already. A friendship with us was declared by Tomos Mage Seeker. Oh, let's return that favor for sure. That is a great little mini alliance to make. Especially if we're rivaled with the other guy. Yay, friendship. Oh, massive. Okay, there's a city ruin up here. So that is what city ruins look like. And a cursed keep. That's a windmill. That would lead me to believe there's a faction up here. That's him. Oh. Oh, well, that's unexpected. All right, well, if that's where Tomos is... Yeah, I gotta creep fast up here. Can you form city ruins? Requires a hero unit. The answer to that is no. But you can prospect mountains. All right, so the 2 of these are going to get on prospecting duty right now, and they're just going to like do this and then fall back down, and she's going to do this mountain and then fall back down. So Reaper's Hollow. Okay, so we're going to go up this way, make our way towards this watchtower. You're just going to keep going that way. Unstable. I'm gonna go with the boosted market. Now, there is the mana node here, but what I really want to do is just like push towards these farms. This is kind of a bit weird and tricky. I don't want him to be able to grow too much towards us, especially because I would like to get this silver tongue fruit. I mean, that being said, though, there's almost no free cities on this map. So silver tongue is not that important. I think growing with the farm is going to be better. So I tell you what, I'm going to conduit here because we have terrible mana at the moment. And then I'm going to start putting in farms. I need a forester. Well, we're under $100. Let's go with a vendor first. We can now also get another hero. Who I was going to get this one. She's only 250. She comes with a staff of fire, which is useless to me. Let's just switch her to the hammer and shield. Give her the nightmare. Bolstering and probably defense. Defensive training, bolstering support. Support abilities gave bolstered okay. You know what? Actually, I'm going to give her experienced leader to start. And then defensive training. She's going to become the governor for Anvil. Give it a little bump. Boy, and you know what? Maybe I actually build... Because we have these bastions coming in here and the steel shapers. Maybe I just put those in her party. And I let this guy go over here and settle these city ruins. Then they could prep and they could deal with these Gortusk piglets. I think that's the play. These homies need to heal, actually, as well. A reminder that we do not heal in enemy territory. Man, if nothing is here... you discover an exquisite fiery wake boots mounted on the walls of Copperlode. I can wear these while mounted. They're +1 defense, make me immune to burning. And it does cause objects I walk over to light on fire. I can lose Imperium but get Allegiance. Lose 6 turns. I could cut my knowledge in half. Is that worth it for +1 defense? But also immunity to burning? It's a lot of knowledge reduction. You know what? I'm going to do it. I wish I had the money. So expensive. Oh, that's so expensive. Oh, here we go. The inconsiderate peacebringer Anthony Hopkins. I am wild Empress Sarah's life-bringer. Many go there make peace, I aim to make... Many go there make war, I aim to make peace. So she's nature. Astral Materium. I'm... why do they hate me so much? I'm just gonna say goodbye. I'm not gonna give them a welcoming gift. They're just too far away. But there is their city, so let's we're gonna gobble this mountain and grab that post. You're gonna come back down here. You're gonna wait around a little bit. You gobbled those. Let's gobble this mountain next. Pump out that production. Pump out that money. That is 1 forester. Draft in production. Yeah, you know what? Let's start with that. Negotiations have succeeded, and I've gotten the Pact of Cooperation here. It doesn't look like they're really moving up, so I'm no longer feeling like I need to boost Copperlode. I will tell you, my draft here is almost non-existent. Despite having the tier 3, I can't really get them that quickly. Blacksmith would require 2 quarries, which there's definitely no way I'm in any way, shape, or form going to get anytime soon. So I think I'm just going to have to throw that in there. I can free up this mana node. This is only an iron golem and copper golems. It's a lot of turns though. We gotta heal as well. Just trying to think the best way to go about this, like healing and everything else. The truth is I don't really need another Phantasm Warrior in here. Not yet, at least. Let's go here. That's just in my territory. You're going to come back down. You're going to move this spot. And then here. And then you're going to prospect. Pick up a lucky ring. Not really useful, but we'll put it on anyway. You're going to prospect this province. You're going to come down here and prospect this guy. Tier 2 Claymore. But no mount allowed. I guess the Claymore is not really of any use to me. You know what? Let's be smart about this. I'm going to sell off anything I can't use, like, immediately. But definitely not to this guy who doesn't very much like me. Can I give this as a gift for 10? $194 for a... Sheesh. I mean, it is actively going up. We just met, so we're getting a negative, but we had a positive first contact, which is giving me a longer positive. Positive. Okay, Enchanted Crow Companion. So the next thing, there was two ways I was going to go about this. One was picking up enchantments so we could get spell-tempered shields. This basically gives us like 2 resistance for everybody. There's not a lot else I want in here. The Awakened Tools isn't bad though. The other 3 don't matter. That being said, a Rune Carver could work decently well. With all the desert on the map, quarries are likely. The flip of this was picking up the Tome of Roots so that I could get Vine Prisons and Healing Root. Because Healing Root also gives me regen. For adjacent province and domain with forest or swamp, 2 food, 2 mana. Friendly armies also regenerate additional per turn. And poison weapons have a 30% chance of inflicting poison, which would technically work with the build because that would hit on retaliation attacks and then do poison damage every round, which would also affect their morale. You know what? I think I'm going to go with the Tome of Roots. Tome of Roots.
To unravel the secrets of nature, you must be of one mind with the trees and their spreading roots. Become rooted
Maybe.
yourself.
I guess
Feel
on all
the
of my guys
healing
that would be
force
good.
replenishing you from below, and seal away the...
Oh, my knowledge is so bad right now because of that deal. Oof, that deal hurt. Let's get the workers' farms dead. It's food and production. And then I do need to cast Enchanted Crow Companion on these dweebs. Which does hurt my mana quite a bit, but... I'm wondering if I don't just cancel out this extra Phantasm Warrior right now. You know what? I think I will. I'd rather the mana in the bank just in case. Farms grant 75 food. Whoa. I think Mona just caught an ant. Okay, you caught it. Are you going to kill it or are you going to let it get away? Oh, it's a spider. You can let that live. Mona's a real little huntress. She loves just like hunting bugs around the house. It is her jam. I mean, that'd be 20 food here, which is a big chunk. Yeah, that's a huge chunk. Damn. Copper load is gobbling up my territory, which is something I was worried about happening. Forester. What did I need for things to get buffed here? Quarries. You need 3 foresters for the estate hall. I want this because it's pastures. Like it's an extra 10 food if we grab that. I think I need this right now, though. I'm going to do it, and I'm actually going to get a forester. Boost that estate hall for next. All right. You're down here. This bastion shows up in a couple of turns. Prospect this. We can get the watchtower next round. You can go over here and pick up this province. You can go down here and pick up this province. God, prospecting is so comically broken. These guys are in pretty good shape. I think I'm good enough to fight this. Good enough to show up in front of these guys and stand still for a few turns. You're a bit of a weirder pathway than I wanted. Here, let's just try that. One, two, three. Why don't we do it this way? I'm gonna have you face that way. I'm gonna have you face that way, actually. And then everyone else, I think, is good. All right, they're going for the double cavalry slayer, and then the other guy is just sitting behind and doing protective wall. So you can taunt. Does taunt not work on these guys? I'm a little confused. Immunity to bleeding, poison, and disease. Evolve, land movement, polar. Immune to morale as well. Oh yeah, so these guys are really my bane. I'm gonna bolster because they're just gonna attack him constantly, I think, every single turn right now. This doesn't work with you. I'm gonna take the attacks of opportunity and put this guy in instead. Let's make sure he's bolstered. Just where they have Cavalry Slayer and, you know. Now, I want to summon a spider for this guy. And put him right here. Yeah, I really don't understand why taunt doesn't work, but it's a shame because so these Phantasm Warriors only get 1 retaliation, while everybody, these Anvil Guard get 2. Which just makes them so much better. Oh, good. All right, well, they're divvying it up at least a little bit now. This dude's gonna get spidered. Yeah, we'll give it to you. I'm already almost out of like heals and everything else. I've only got a couple more left. Though these guys are mostly toast. I think we can do that for one more round. We're almost dead. Spidles will buy you another turn. Bonk, bonk, single bonk. I guess what's nice is that these guys do at least do lightning damage. No, let's leave him here because he's bolstering everyone around him. So even if this spider dies, I can then just move up, close the gap. You're dead. Excellent. Yeah, let's hold that another round. That kills him. Then this guy can move here. You can move up here as well. Let's put you next to both of them. And this guy can just move there. Just in case, we'll bolster enchant him. Yeah, oddly enough, it would be better if he was getting attacked by this guy, because he would be taking lightning damage then, so... You can't taunt, can you? No. I'm actually going to walk this guy back. He's got temp HP. He can afford to do it. Then he's forced to fight the guy who does lightning because of the magical charge. And let's be real, he's not taking like any damage here. It's the last bolster I'll have to do. This is the greatest strategy I've ever come up with. And it's not even using the good like units yet. Does prospect and claim the province as your own? No, it just like gets money out of it, basically. It gets money, production, or an item. One of the three. There's an extra 74 mana for clearing out that node as well. I'd be so curious to see your average battle turn amounts in the end. Oh yeah, it is. They are taking a while. That is the one downside for sure. He just built that quarry there, which means he is going to go for that silver tongue fruit. Imperial essence. I need a province claiming pact with him, because otherwise he's going to fight me, or he's going to be sad at me at least when we fight for things. I'm also going to get you experienced leader for right now, because I think it's your truest value is being able to buff up everybody. Man, all right, 107. Oh, the Slitherer's Den is also there, which I'd like to take. All right, I have enough to expand and take this Silver Tongue fruit next turn. He's going to take all of my Imperium, which I'm not stoked about, but... Kanye greets us. Emperor Kanye Drakov. A sinister spy. We're not going to get along. Oh, he built an outpost down here. That's not good. That's not good at all. Yeah, sorry, dude. I need that. It also gives me access to the den here, so I can take that afterwards. All right, great news is that we heal super fast. Bad news is everything else sucks. You're about to get this workers' farms dead. Yeah, I'll take the shrine afterwards just to get us a little bit more. I need more characters to fight these Gortusk piglets. Because there's 5 of them. And I've already prospected this province. Have I done this one? Nope. There's another 61 bucks. There's another 52 production. We're going to grab this watchtower and then climb up this mountain. Grab another 72 production. That finishes the production in Anvil. This requires 2 foresters, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. So let's just build a grand mill. Evil presence lingers. Oh, I got to be careful with that. Because if I get rushed here, I'm going to have to fight them. I mean, the good news is that they might fight each other here. Because of that. Locked Last Stand and Whispering Stones. We've also got cities that share a border. None of whom I'm really in a rush on. You've picked up that. That one's been done, so let's grab this node. Oh, we can also get a watchtower down here. You're just climbing these mountains and grabbing all these. And you are, I guess, coming down this way and grabbing all of these. Lots of good money. We've got the Pact of Loyalty with Copperload. Oh, yeah. They have terrible territory. Oh, my God. They can't grow at all from here. They literally have 3 provinces and that's it. Like, all of this is uninhabitable. So unless I can grassland these mountains, they're stuck and they cannot get any bigger. Probably going to need to claim that, but I can wait until that outpost grows. Ooh, time to kill him with kindness. Diplomatic victory. I mean, I suspect what's going to happen is that we win an allied victory. Just kind of lame, but... Oh, a city ruins is here. I wouldn't mind that. Excuse me. This jumping spider that my cat was fighting is now crawling all over my computer. Don't mess anything up, little guy. It's hot in there. Prospect. Run to these city ruins. You're gonna prospect. I'm getting a lot less items than the last time we did a prospect build. And I wonder... No, you're not big enough. If I upgrade this city, I could build stone shapers afterwards. And I could at least get some stone shapers in his army. Hi-ya-ya. Ooh, this will be a good army to fight. Scouts, archers, and 3 zealots. They'll mostly die pretty quickly. Only 75 to rebuild a city ruin. So I'm going to take that. Ah, that's a lot of copper golems. Yeah, I need more of these anvil guards. I have to know, like, why does this guy get watchful? +1 retaliation attack. Do you have watchful? You do. Yeah, so if we get super growth, these guys are going to have 3 retaliation attacks. Which is going to work disgustingly well. You can build that. You can keep scouting down this way. You can prospect that. You've made your town hall, so let's start lining up a steel shaper there. And I can't get the estate hall without more firms. So I think I'm only making $100. Build 2 firms, build 2 firms. Both of these are boosted off firms, which are the next thing I need to build here. I mean, I just spent 75 Imperium. I could just boost the population. Why don't we just do that? And then I can say stonemason, marketplace. We received a trade proposal. It's a deal. Wizard's Bond. I'm also going to form a province claiming pact with him. Yikes. And I'm going to pay him a fortune to forgive that transgression. Kanye has declared a rivalry on me, so that's fine. So the 2 of these guys down here hate me. I have a city here, a city here. If I get this city, I could probably grow over these mountains with grass. And then if we put like an outpost in here, we could have our 4th city right there. And that would own us like basically this huge corner of the map. And that's actually not bad because it means our capital is what's on the front line. You know, we have a vassal kind of protecting the immediate entrance. An ally protecting the northern side. We could sit here and we could be pretty safe. All we'd have to do is protect this mountain pass. And then whatever the heck is down here. We're down to 14 turns on these Gortusk piglets. Time to find some new friends. Excuse me, you were trespassing. The chairman of the Cursed Prince approaches you in a calm, trance-like state. We've learned to abhor the violence that dominates this realm. We need to seek a more secluded life, protecting what we must build, if otherwise abandoning the grand battles and plots to only bring the horrors of forceful conflict upon its land. Will you sanctify the code of pacifism we have compiled, O Peacebringer of the Cursed Princes? Oh my god, this is incredible. Mark of the Dove. +10 alignment. Cities of this race gain 2 city stability for each population, but we lose 50% XP in combat. I'm gonna absolutely do this. Are you kidding me? This is like literally what my build is. We are a peace-loving people. We are marked by the dove. That just could not be better. You're about to trespass. Oh, they cleared this. I am going to trespass because this is... That should be prospectable. It's cliff. I can't prospect other people's territory? I didn't know that. So they did expand out here and build Crush Rock, which does mean I need to rush these city ruins like ASAP. That's what that army is gonna do. Boy, am I not getting items. We just got a huge thing there. We are being invaded by this dragon slayer. Love that. Yeah, I can't screw around. I gotta move, build an outpost, move, build the city ruins. I have very few turns to get there, I think. And this guy is trespassing as well. The people believe. They believe in the pacifism. He wouldn't be crazy enough to just attack me, would he? He might be. Pick up static shield. I don't think I will do well if I fight these guys in the open. Rainbow clover. The town of Stone Tree. I gotta go with the farm. I think I have to go with the double farm to start, probably. Well, this is all based on foresters. We could do a little bit of a mix-up. Well, we can also pick up another hero. Lucky Fortified, 20 fortification health. Inspiring Friend of Ogres or Lucky. Fortified makes the most sense. We can put him on the front lines. Stone Tree has been founded. Alright, you're going to keep going this way and that way. This dude has pretty much gobbled all those mountains. It looks like our homie here has built another outpost down this way. So I tell you what, we're just going to go down and keep a little view on him. And in the meantime, we have much prospecting to do. A bone wyvern mount. Ooh, that's fun. Unfortunately, it's not as good as our nightmares. Okay, you're one turn off this bastion. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to rush that second bastion. We got 12 turns to do these piglets, so I think what I'm going to try to do... I could either go for these bone golems, or I could go for... I think I'm going to go for these guys first. And then we'll come back, heal, hit those Gore-Tusk piglets and the bone golems, assuming that this guy doesn't kill a pack of them. Could trade away the wyvern. Oh yeah, now that this guy likes me, actually, you're right. We could trade. Huh. I never noticed this little dot before. I was complaining about this the other day, that you couldn't tell whose turn it was. Okay. This might be the fight we lose. I thought they were just patrolling, but this is an invasion army. Yeah, this is going to be a bit tough. It's going to be a bit tricky. These are all elementals, so of course... No, they do suffer from morale. All right, well, that's good. Oh, I guess it's just the constructs who don't. I gotta stay on top of the White Witch with somebody. Okay, I could put you here and here and there, and I could do a triple wall. I'm gonna have you summon spiders and try to shut down him, or at least just buy me a little bit of time. We do have healing roots, so we can at least trigger the regens now. Oh, that's rough. And they froze my hero. Obviously, if they skirmish me constantly the entire time because all my units are frozen and flanked, I am in a much worse spot. Pop regen on him. I have to do the thing here that I really don't want to do, which is like divvy up my units. That guy's a fighter, so he's going to hit me. So I need to brace. Well, I mean, everybody needs to brace. That's the only thing I'm allowed to do. You've teleported into everybody. That spider is done. That witch is going to be able to get away now. I mean, those are the Phantom Warriors, so they are like the worst of the worst. Let's get rid of Strengthened and Fortune. That's a heal. That's invulnerability. Let's put in healing roots here. I believe I can taunt him. I can. I need to be on this witch. This witch is going to do a lot of damage if I don't have somebody attacking her. But I'm also like, if I don't have Noble Aegis up, like, that is the best buff ability I can possibly do. You gotta get healed next turn. This guy's gonna get pummeled. Oh, he's pretty tough, though. I resisted the freeze, which is good. My Phantasm Warriors are not having a great time, though. All right. This guy has regen already cast on him. Taunt him. He's actually doing the best. You know what? I'm going to move here and do that. That. Oh, the regen is massive. All right, they're killed. This guy is surviving, not really taking any damage. You've managed to avoid all the frost, but you are getting pummeled a bit, but that's okay. That's a good trade. You're doing all right. If I move you in here, there's no guarantee. I need to bolster him. You shield wall everybody, and that's it. I am killing morale as well. We have so much defense, it's actually working. Not if we get frozen, though. Getting frozen kind of screws the whole plan up. You no longer have regen? Nor do you. cast it on him. And I think I'm actually just gonna say everybody stay put. Oh, he's teleported and made us wet, which means he can freeze us a lot easier again. Ooh, man. All right, they really went with their phantasm that time. They got a flank on him. Gross. A really nasty flank on him. All right, you can taunt this big guy. I know that he's taunted, so I can face out this way and ensure that I'm not getting flanked. I mean, assuming I don't get frozen again. You don't have regen on you, do you? What do you have? Shield wall slowed, wet, bolstered. I maybe should have taunted him. That's good though. At least he's tanking a bunch of that. I got frozen anyway. It doesn't matter. My Phantom Warrior's dead. Yeah, big time. That freeze is killing me. It's absolutely slaughtering my dudes. The fact that I can't like attack back with anything is a huge problem. Like, this guy's gonna get pummeled now this turn. He's gonna do all that damage to him. Actually, no, he's stuck on the main guy. Stop freezing me. Okay. You can move here and taunt. That guy can't do anything. You know what I could do? I could overchannel and summon another spider and send it after that wizard. Oh, no, wait. Overchannel doesn't work like that. I'm an idiot. I'm thinking of Weaver, not overchannel. Okay, well, that's all right. It is what it is. This guy needs a regen. This is my last regen. So let's hope it counts. This guy gets the double retaliation, which is good. Double retaliation. I tank that. I get flanked by him. That's a flank? Really? Oh, because he was frozen last round. He couldn't shield wall. Oh, enters defensive mode. Shield wall. It doesn't matter who he tanks. Oh, so close there. That's an issue. That's a big issue. How? Oh, they have slippery. Oh, man. These guys are so hard for this build. This is a rough battle, yeah. Troops arriving with almost exclusive regeneration. Health is truly holding the line. I wish regeneration would last longer. Because it doesn't. Is this guy facing the other way? He is. Which means I can actually move here. Taunt. Morale very low. Slippery is so disgusting. frozen again. This guy's toast. Yeah, boy, I don't know if I should just run at this point. I don't even know that I can kill the big guy. Yeah, I'm totally toast. Toasts. My morale is breaking right now too. Ooh. I'm wet, which means they're gonna freeze me in like one shot, which means I don't get any retaliation attacks. And I think I'm frozen next round too. Yeah, I'm actually running. Like my morale is totally shattered, but I can't get out. Yeah, so that was just like the worst possible thing. I didn't want to fight those guys in the first place because I didn't have enough troops to meet them one-on-one, which is what you need for this build, but that's okay. It's not the end of the world. Just means we need to make more people. Why is this bastion still a turn off? I need that farm. I need the pastures. So I'm in the void for a couple of turns now as well, this means. Which I don't love. Troops regenerate an extra 15 a turn in friendly terrain. That would not go astray on this map. I've been denounced. But Lifebringer has declared friendship with me. They're on the top of the map as well. You know what? This is a good... If I could return that favor, if I wasn't voided right now, I would absolutely take you up on that. So they're up here. And they're up here. This means that we could actually take a big third of the map. The three of us. This would be a really good alliance. Again, I end up being on the front line somehow. But we also don't know who's over here, so... I gotta get to that city ruin, though. Putting you between them and the enemy. I mean, I don't really have a choice in that. That's the truth. So I need 350 for another guy. Shield wall stack. That's basically the plan. Is we're doing a pacifist build, so the idea is that we can't attack. I have exactly 350, but I also have things I need to build. Oh, hello. Emperor Adam's good wine. Prove your strength to me and we may conquer this realm together. Demonic warlord. Yeah, we're not gonna get along. I'm not even gonna pretend. But I will gobble up all these mountains and get that watchtower. Bum, 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 bum. We are building crazy fast because of this prospecting. Farmers Guild is a good choice. I'm really hurting on draft, and this city is where I kind of have to draft things. A tavern would let me build a bathhouse, which is great, but I also want 350. You know what? I'm going to do this first. Oh, this guy comes with some good loot. An eagle bow? Unequipped. A nightmare, yes. Chestplate of vitality, absolutely. Though I'm going to give that chestplate over probably to my boss character. I'm going to give you that spider hatchling bell. I accidentally gave him the bone wyvern mount, but it worked because I need him to get to the city rune as fast as possible. And if he can fly over the mountains, that speeds things up a lot. You need another bastion. It's going to cost you 280. You need to build something. The only thing you can really afford is that tavern, so I'm going to let you make it. You also need to build, but you can't afford anything, so what are you going to do? And then I would like to swap anvil out with rivet flint miner, and flint miner can go up the stone tree. Sorry. Gunilda Flintmire. We are about to vassalize this city in one turn. It doesn't look like anyone could possibly beat us. So let's hope that goes well. I trust the process, that exact counter. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Freezing, displacement, slippery. That's a pretty hard. It's a pretty rough one for us. Spells can be cast first turn, instantly gain 1,000 mana. Vassalage. A new rally. Pioneers and Anvil Guards. I was insulted by Kanye. I was also insulted by Verta. But this guy likes my diplomatic approach. And you made friendship with me. I would like to return friendship with you, but I actually can't afford to do that. Can we make a wizard's bond? I'm not yet ready to give open borders. I've gathered silver tongue fruit. Hilarious. I made such a push to get silver tongue fruit here and didn't even notice that we'd get it down there. And Anthony Hopkins is back. I love that he is level 2 and my other heroes are level 3 and level 5. All right, how many turns? I have 9 turns on these Gortusk piglets. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and a steel shaper. There's 5 characters there. I have a bastion in 3. I think I can just do this. Only scouts can prospect, hey? Interesting. Staff of Decay. Let's trade out some stuff. We have all these goodies, and I can't use them. Negotiate items. Like Staff of Fire, that's no good to me. Staff of Decay is no good to me. 183 though. Crusader Claymore. Maybe. Eagle Bow is definitely not. I guess we'll sell that. You're out of money. It's not really a great deal. But I'll take it anyway. Because what else am I doing? Alright, you made a tavern. I'm going to give you the bathhouse. I'm going to give you an estate hall because I really need you to grow. You're building a farmstead. I don't have a ton of money. A workshop would be good. This scout is ready to come over here and prospect. These guys are being attacked already. By pink. Oh, interesting. Okay. Heavy armor greaves again, but I can't use my mount. Got my knowledge is finally back to normal, but I feel like we're way behind because of this. I'll have to get those fiery wake boots. Can you steal his chestplate? Right now he's not fighting, these two are. So I'd much rather them have the equipment. I could give someone that claymore and the heavy greaves. Damn it. They beat me to it. As Wizard King, you've seen the astral void and memories of it haunt you. Even now you find your mind drifting back, haunted by the lonesome centuries spent floating in the vast nothingness where monstrous voices from your past twisted and distorted your deepest convictions. You saw visions of the grim future riddled by loss and insanity, and more than once felt your soul dissolve in the endless void. What preserved your sanity? Mana, food, lore, Imperium. Production. I feel like we could 10 boast beast and plant and savor their bounties. That's the most peaceful thing for sure. There is a mana conduit up here. My mana's doing okay. My knowledge is really trash. I'm also in... No, I have 3 foresters. Yeah, let's just do that. We received a message. You like empires with vassals? How is this being founded? There's not even anybody in the city. I might go to war and snipe that. Real talk. You gotta go fight these Gore-Tusk piglets. It's for sure her. Another set of leather armor. Well, I guess that can go on him. Has this been prospected? Oh, I can't tell. 50 gold. You can annex another province. Obviously, I am worried about their growth. Cut them off right there if I build that quarry. Otherwise, I got to build 2 more. I don't love having to build all these quarries. Being said, what else am I really spending Imperium on right now? Stonetree has an annex. It is also going to have to be quarries, I think. But let's go down here because at least there's forests afterwards. Or I guess let's go here because we get the watchtower then too. All right, let's see what happens with these city ruins. Starting a war would not be a good idea, given the fact that I don't have an army. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Looks like she'll be starting the war with me. I obviously can't win this, so... We fled. What happened? I'm not at war with her. How was she allowed to fight me? Can you fight armies that you're not at war with? That seems insane. That can't be. That's illegal. There's no way that's meant to have been able to be something they can do. Maybe when you trespass? If that's the case, that's quite interesting. Oh, Ring of Protection is really nice. Just a better version of the ring I have. All right, Gortusk piglets. Time for you to see what a wall is like. Pretty sure that could, at a minimum, start the war. Both of you have spiders I can summon as well. Oh, I see. This is something you cast on someone. Interesting. So funny hearing them just like waddle their way up. All right, I can't actually like cut them off. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, I guess that would work. This denies them their charge attack. You have restore. Okay. So if you cast... Oh, you cast on yourself. I see. Oh, okay. I misunderstood how that worked. But that's still fine. Charge units cancel resistances. Cancel retaliation, I should say. That's something we got to take into pretty big note here. I'm going to move you up, and we're going to strengthen this guy. No, sorry, we're going to bolster him. I could summon a bunch of spiders here as well if I wanted, but I don't really think I need to. You can see the morale is already crushing them, right? And somebody got an attack in there. Yeah, so I could also heal, like I could heal this guy at any point for an insane heal with these steel shapers. I think this is going to work just fine. You know what? I think it'll work just okay. Fox, hello. How you doing, my dude? How are your wasters? Welcome to our pacifist run of Age of Wonders, where we're not allowed to attack anything. We're only allowed to sit there and be attacked by other people. Right now we're fighting a horde of piggies, and it's going pretty good. If I may say so, I think it's going pretty well. They're routing. These guys are also routing. I feel like some of them are taking weird fire damage right now. Yeah, look, we get 72 heal on him. Again, we really don't need to. I think I'll just put a regeneration on him. 2 of those pigs are gone. Oh, I should have moved in these guys. Add another stack. I'm going to grant defense to this one. And we're going to end the turn. And all 3 of them are running. I wonder, do I get XP from them running in the same way as if we just killed them? Pacifist, glutton for punishment. Yeah, it's definitely a weird challenge that I've thrown at myself here. Waster's Colony Attempt 1 got murdered, kidnapped, so we're on run 2. Determined to make this work on Losing Is Fun. Nice. I love it. Losing Is Fun is a really crazy way to play RimWorld. Are you playing with the new expanded Wasters from Vanilla Expanded? I just saw them post a bunch of new stuff. Also that the vehicle framework is maybe coming in a couple weeks is very exciting. Like in maybe 1 or 2 weeks by the sounds of it. It's not long before the guild mistress approaches you and bows deeply. The Gortusk piglet is slain. The minstrels and Guy's flint miners' entourage sing a short ballad of triumph. The hunters gather every animal kill for the hunt, forming a respectable mountain of game. We can get a steel shaper. Or 400 gold. Or a ton of food. In Silverstrad. That's got to be more than... Oh no, that's probably a full turn. We're a bunch of Imperium. Here's the thing. A steel shaper only costs like 100 gold. So I feel like I could just do this and just form another steel shaper somewhere. Yeah, 100 gold in 3 turns. That's a much better deal. I just need to be constantly pumping out people here. Awesome, that quest is done. Let's go heal. You can keep prospecting. Interesting. This is pretty good. In fact, I would argue this is really good. So I can wield this while mounted. And the best part about this is it hits, instead of hitting 10 on a retaliation, this hits 24. Also does 40% against large creatures. Oh, it kills my shield though. Ooh, yeah, no. So not on you, but on my secondary character, I would allow that. Until we have better shields, I don't know that that's a deal. Speaking of, why don't we talk to our friends and see what kind of shields they have? Tier 2 Battle Axe, chance to do bleeding for 3 turns. That would be good. Vampire Spider, which does life steal. Oh, only on barbed webs, though. And what about you? What do you have? Ring of Flanking, a Wand of Healing. Only be used once per battle, though. Man, I will take that battle axe this guy has. You know what, man? If I can afford that wand, I'll take that as well. 20 gold? Yeah, man. Why not? Can I sell you something in exchange as well? Perhaps a set of heavy armor greaves? That's a good deal. So we'll give you the Wand of Healing. We'll swap out your Godir sword for a battle axe. So you do bleeding now. That works. Wasters expanded to go to overhaul, get random mutations rather than just the flat pollution stimulus. Might regenerate faster in pollution or be more accurate. Oh, I love that. I love the mutation idea. It's very fun. Making couples to pass along the best mutations and have children that are godlike. Ooh. The old eugenics program, I see. Taking a page out of the Crusader Kings handbook. You're still alive. You're just, what, in the void? I guess? I guess. Alright, well, look, I'm going to still sweep over here. When he respawns, I'm going to send him over here, and we're going to set up an outpost. At least get the haunted halls. I think this would count as attacking, so I wouldn't be allowed to use that. Message received. You're angering me. How did he get 3 points on that? and I only have this many. All right, look, they can't declare war on me right now without it being unjustified, so it's the deal I'm gonna make. I've managed to expand to the edge here, so as long as this guy doesn't come through and try to like build an outpost right there, we should be okay. It's another bastion. Here we go. Now that's coming online. So we'll swap her out for this other steel shaper. I do feel like we're not getting XP for these fights because our hero is really not leveling up. I guess we also just haven't fought very much. A little bit worried about it. Prospect. Prospect. You met a ruler. A new contender for power appears before me. Peacebringer Anthony Hopkins, are you a master or a pawn? Another sinister spy. These guys are the worst. I'm not going to give him anything. Where is he? I would assume he's down here somewhere. Wow, look, she's made Fangvale, Crush Rock, and Thorn, and she has that underground city, her capital right there. And yet this guy snuck an outpost in and maybe blocked her off. You've got bonded vassalage. There's some evil over here. There is a watchtower there. Ooh, I'll see. D Phantom, ID Phantom. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Come on in. Well, I'm basically just going to have my scouts, you know, sweep along, prospect up everything, then probably go along the left and come back up the other side. We finally got static shield. That only took forever. I wonder if Poison Blaze isn't a good idea. The dot is pretty huge. I was thinking about getting living vines, particularly because we're going to get Keeper's Merc, and I know that living vines last for like double rounds if that's the case. But we don't have that yet. This is good for like shutting down those casters in the back. Somewhat. But it is also like every time somebody attacks something that's not... You know what? I'm going to go Poison Blades. Every time somebody attacks a living vine, they're not attacking one of my shield units, which means I'm not actually doing damage. And depending on who I'm fighting, that's both good or bad. A demoralizing mask. Oh my god, that's the best item I could get. Melee attackers have a base 60% chance of gaining Despair, losing 5 morale at the end of their turn. That's so good. Alright, well, I guess you can leave, and you guys can go there. So this is my army for a very long time until I replace the steel shapers with like... Oh man, I don't even know. Nymphs, probably, because nymphs have regeneration and seduce, which would be pretty strong for us. And I don't know where my other guy is, so I'm going to just start sending her over the hill. I don't know how long he's going to take to come back to us. There's a cliff here. I might have just got my scout killed, but I'm going to take that risk. Can't do anything. You made a workshop. I really need to have at least palisade walls in a city. Otherwise, it gets instantly taken if somebody goes and attacks it. Industrial compound, production conversions, an additional 10%. Forest or swamp. Herbalist. If we built here, I'd feel okay doing that. Putting a herbalist in here. I could also put it on that research post, but you know what, man? I gotta build the armory. I need draft in this city. I'm not recruiting like at any kind of speed. Excellent. These two started a war with each other. These are my two neighbors to the south. And these guys became friends, which is a bit peculiar. But that could work in our favor. Guess we'll have to see how it goes. Do I consider seduce an attack? No, because it doesn't do damage. Like, we're also going to get spells later in the game that like stun the enemy, and I don't consider those an attack because they, again, don't really do anything. Oh, there's a pastures here too. Oh, nice. Unfortunately, there's a dragon's lair that has expanded into this territory, so I don't know how long this is going to last, but you need 2 foresters for that? You have 1. I'll give you a second forester. We'll figure out why we regret that after. And then these guys can start clearing out nearby camps and getting some levels. There does appear to be a watchtower here. You guys know how obsessed I am with watchtowers. Oh, I'm actually outside of their range. Okay. Let's go here, prospect. You're going to go over the... No, you're not going to go over the mountain because it looks like this guy just got back. You know what? He's better in every way. Like, he's a higher level. What skills do you have? Archery. Oh, you got to reset. Resistance, spider hatchling. We're going to give you the nightmare. Then I need to give you a bunch of stuff. You're going to take experienced leader to start, because having a little bit of support is really important right now. I'm going to give you poison weapons because I really like this idea in bolstering. And then I think... I suppose everybody getting Sentinel makes sense. 20% versus retaliation. It tracks. You can get that. And Rallying Blessing makes a lot of sense for you as well. So could Summon Animal. But I think Rallying Blessing is what I'm going to go with. And then you are going to take that Bone Wyvern. You're going to go find us a spot to build that outpost. All right. Prospect. Wand of Poison Darts. Useless. Can't use it. Banned item. 15 gold. Excuse me. You deserve a little bit more than that. 123 gold. Yeah, I'll take that instead. Much better deal. Am I friends with you? Yes. Am I friends with you? Not yet, but I'm about to be. Friendship costs 20 gold a turn to upkeep. Let us remember that, because it is very expensive. We received a message. You want me to declare with this guy. Declaration of friendship. I don't even know where he lives is part of my problem. He's also super shadow, which has me. And like a sinister spy. So he dislikes empires that trade and that have good research. And likes empires with a weak economy. I think that's kind of going to work out. Because, there, you know, on brutal difficulty, you kind of always have a weaker economy and a weaker research. I just don't want to spend the money on you. Ah, and you're ready to make a defensive pact with me. Let's do that. Anything else? Open borders? No. Because I'm trying to block you off with my borders right now. So he is Runeforge, this outpost, this gravel strand here in the middle. Yeah, wow, there's really... These are basically islands. I mean, I guess they are islands, if you think about it. It's just that they're islands with no fisheries around them. Tellus Fork. Yeah. Where on the last map it was like super beneficial to be on the coast. On this map it actually sucks. It's kind of interesting. This is going to be a really good spot to have a city. So much forest around. If I build it like here as well, which I think is what I'm going to do. Peacebringer Anthony Hopkins, I urgently request an audience. Your hero visits you with a concerned look in his eyes. Our defenses are lacking. I venture into the wilderness or invade your rival's territories, but now that I've started a family, my priorities have shifted. These days, my mind lingers with the family inside your borders. Our realm's protectors cannot withstand our enemies' ferocity. We need powerful reinforcements. I can manufacture golems. However, building them requires a tranquility pool. Man, all right. Astral Dew. Now the real game begins. Is there a tranquility pool anywhere on the map that we know of? You have an Ogre's Keep and you took the Slitherer's Den? You rat. You don't need both of those in one city. What does it even look like? Not that. That is Astral Dew. Lucky Clover. Hasteberries. Astral Dew. Tranquility Pool. All right. Oh, good. I only have to fight a tier 5 Carreg. Who cannot route. Fantastic. That should be fun. I'm about to take this mana node. So I think let's probably take this mana node. As your troop approaches a band of mercenary guards, they raise the white flag. Hired to protect this mana node. We could gain a zealot for 139 gold. That's worthless. Man, I gotta take the good option. I really wanted that XP. Hi-ya. All right, well, we're gonna move up here then, and we're gonna fight this single Razorback. He has to be hiding units. You can grab that and then come up here and prospect. And then this dude. Let's see. There's a gold vein there. There's a mana node here. Pastures are down here. I could build here and then expand to grab those pastures and like grab these 2 forests. And then I have free realm to take up as much of this as I want. I think that's probably the best play here. It kind of starts us in like, you know, one of the worser spots, but I don't really care that they have claims on these provinces, so. Okay, you have a bastion en route. You have a steel shaper made. You are healing. This dude is going to prospect. You are going to prospect. We have been called to war. We are under attack and hope you will honor your oath and come to our aid. They are calling for your aid in the war against a damn-ass good wine. Accepting this call gives you 19 grievances, yada yada yada. Declining will break your defensive pact and make you evil. War justification is moderate. This will give us a bunch of relations and 10% income on our Imperium. Tomos, Copperlode, and ourselves. I'll accept this. I don't want to be at war with you, but my armies are over here. This can be integrated, but I gotta be honest, there's not really a lot of value in it. I think they're better off just being a front line. You accepted a call to war, but were insulted. We were also complimented. Let's form a defensive pact with this dude as well. Insulted by Visper. I'm going to forgive him for that. I haven't determined whether or not I need to be friends with him. I just realized, though, this is where he is. That's why he's friendship with them. I don't know, maybe. We might be able to work that. Prospecting is half the economy in this game. Oh, prospecting is busted. It's super good. You built a Seed of Shadow. You're already on tier 3 books? Oh, buddy, that's going to be really tough to catch up on. I'm not even on tier 2. We have to sack our knowledge in order to get those boots really early on. I mean, I guess we didn't have to, but that was the decision we went with. Yikes. Oh, Ring of Regeneration. Heals 10% of its max HP as temporary hit points at the end of its turn in combat. Heals 10 HP at the start of your turn on the world map. Do I have another spider bell or something here? What's going on? Give you that Ring of Protection. And third hero. I guess you can take that Ring of Resistance then. You've succeeded at making this outpost. I'm going to immediately found a city. Perk you in it. I'm at war with this guy. So if he climbs up here, he's going to kill me. Let's not go that way then. Let's go over to these mountains. You've made an armory in Silverstrad so that we can get a bit more draft. Requires a mine. It requires 2 quarries. We haven't built a wizard's tower yet, so I think it's about time we get around to doing that. And like some special provincial improvements would probably go really well. You get production based on adjacent quarries. If I put you right here, does it count? Allied quarries? I think it does. 15 plus 5. That's just... oh, maybe it doesn't. One, two. Yeah, no, so it only counts your own. So I'd be better off putting that right here, and I could get 5 off of it. It does mean I need to take that spot. Units and cities have better sensing range. Mines gain draft. This is worth doing. Outpost founded. Spell ready. Poison blade. Enchant. Big green mesas. This guy likes me for trading grievances. And this infestation has invaded my domain. And the tranquility pool that I need is here. I have 24 turns on it, so I think I'm gonna have to probably kill this and then march my way up. I can't wait till we get teleporters because they're gonna be really important. This army that slaughtered us is still just kind of like walking around through our stuff. We could do some things like clear out these iron deposits as well, which would be smart. So let's plan something like that. You really need a bathhouse is what you need. Do you have it? Oh, I think you already do. Oh, good. I had some foresight at least. Okay, you need to grab that and that. Do I grab that one? I could get another forester there. This is the oasis. Ooh, that's way better though. Goes all my Imperium. We'll build the workers farmstead to start. We can like immediately go into a grand mill. We can get another hero from that as well. This guy can't do a lot for me right now, which is a bit of a bummer, but we have hit tier 2 tomes. So tier 2, we get Doom Herald, which is very, very useful. Particularly because it gives us cause to spare. Enemies in a 1 hex radius have a base chance 90% of losing 15 morale. It also gives us Joy Siphoner, which causes us to steal morale on hit, as well as do more damage to low morale units. The other thing we need to pick up here is, I think the Tome of Glades? Yeah. So Aspect of the Root is going to give our shields, or all of our shield units will get the ability to just heal 30 temporary HP every 2 turns, which is going to make them completely and utterly unkillable. We can also pick up Entwined Protectors in case we ever need to like fill the gap if we lose a troop. We can pick up one of these guys, which also do like a group heal. And it'll give us Leaf Skin, which is like not super great, but it's useful. Sacred Meadows count as farms, give bonuses based on conduits. Forest Warden gets bonuses for forests, nature affinity. This gives us Doom Depth, Knowledge, and Mana. Each alignment level below neutral. Unfortunately, that's going to be useless to us. Cruel Weaponry. But it is our morale build.
The darkness that creeps from shadow to
so it's pretty clear what I have to go. Okay, you're gonna kill these guys off. So I think I've proven that this army works. So this is one of these situations where I think I can just auto-resolve now. These guys don't trigger attacks of opportunity. You know what? We'll do it one more time. Just because this is a skirmish archer army, I would like to make sure that we can, in fact, do it against them as well. Also, we actually have our steel shapers now too. Who are super useful. Because they also get to do things like bolster defense. Yes, I think this will work just fine. I think this will work just fine. So let's move you guys up here and you guys up here. That way everybody can bolster. Yeah, you can see they're taking, because they're next to 2 units, they're taking -10 morale a turn. That guy still triggers attacks of opportunity. Bolster, bolster. We can also bolster, bolster. Which is so funny. These guys are skirmishers, so they are still going to try to attack rather than take attacks of opportunity leaving, which pretty much just gets them killed automatically. I think we can just pass that turn. The spiny pig is the only one who's given me any kind of trouble here. And he's pretty much going to be dealt with now. Grant defense. Like, I love that even against... Whoops. Got a little ahead of myself there, I think. These guys are toast. Awesome. And I believe I can surround this guy now. You know what? I think I can do a full surround if I bring in all my priests as well. So he's taking -20 morale a turn. And now it's fleeing. Yes, it's amazing. What a good ability. We get an orb, which we can sell. Salutations, Tibetan monk. How you doing, dude? Welcome to the absolutely most insane build I've ever made. The build where we don't have to attack anything. Silver Fence founded. Right, so you need a guy here. We do need to make another hero, that means. Well, I don't get a lot of options. I guess we might as well... What do we have here? You come with a nightmare, so you're more valuable to me. Even though, like, we're gonna unequip that and just give you that hammer. And I guess, you know what, that does also mean you can be in here, which is kind of nice. We'll reset your skills, because I don't want any of those things that you have. We'll give you bolstering, defense, and... I want poison weapons, but I'm going to take Sentinel first. Excuse me. You're making a Bastion, and then I'm going to want one more Steel Shaper in here. This dude is prospecting still. Rune leggings. +1 resistance. I can work with that. I can wear those. A nightmare. A nightiest nightmare. The Assassin's Dagger I can't use. So let's sell that. And does he have enough money to buy this crossbow? No. Do you have enough money to buy this crossbow? This guy's starting to get along with me better. I don't have the upkeep to afford that declaration, though. That's the big one. So this dude... Damn it. I need open borders. You know what? Can I also get sheer vision? Okay. So if I do that and just run up here, I can prospect these mountains instead. You've made a wizard's tower. This is based off of forests. Right, so I think I'm going to put that there. I don't know, actually. I might... Can I put forests in Ashlands? I probably can't. Yeah, so I'm just going to have to wait on that, I think. A builder's quarter I could put down here, but I need to gobble up a bit more of that territory first. I suppose I could put the herbalist here on the farm. Yeah, actually, we could do that. Right here. Give us an extra 6 food as well. Let's do that. You made a grand mill. Let's make a library because I'm desperate for knowledge. No governor is set for silver fence. Let's make this Detef the Fleet-Footed. Then we're good. Commander, what's up, dude? Welcome to the Pacifist run. It's been weird. Things have been getting weird. I really hope this guy doesn't come over and attack me. Other rulers made a defensive pact. That's bad for us. Stone tree's ready for more annexing. I'm gonna have to clear this infestation out soon. But I guess, like, this army is coming up here to start clearing out stuff up this way, so... Baby steps. Have you prospected all of this? I guess this is the last bit right here. Another 40 bones. A barbed shield. 3 defense against non-flanking, and melee attackers have a 30% chance of bleeding. Now, I think the Noble Aegis is better. You have a lance, so I could put it on you. I wish we had another weapon. Can we actually talk to people again? Wand of mass healing. Ring of vampirism. Grants lifesteal. All right, let's think about that. Hunter spider. Tier 3 jump and web. Jump is not bad. Juggernaut Greaves. +2 defense. Can be worn while mounted. That would be pretty good. Wind barrier ring. Also very helpful. Oh, you got lots of good stuff. But I don't think any of them... I don't know. Because right now our rings are like giving us a bunch of defense, which kind of seems better. The Juggernaut Greaves are probably the best option here. Do I want to spend 200 bones on them though? Not really. What I want is a one-handed weapon. Ultimately. Oh my god, another demoralizing mask. That's so incredible. Been visiting New York for the past few days. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, you've been witnessing Canada's attack with the Mexico filter. That is accurate. That is exactly what we're doing. You've caught on to our great plan. Just polluting the place. But hey, it works. It's working. They're all slowly suffocating. Yeah, that's not funny. It's sad. We're getting hit by the same Mexico filter here, just not as bad as it is in New York. Man, I might just go Wizard's Tower. I got the mana. You know what I should do? Is denounce this guy. That'll teach him. Excuse me. So yellow there. Yeah, it looks like Blade Runner. Though yeah, it also looks like the Hollywood Mexico filter. I recognize my transgression. You've been denounced. Oh yeah? Well, you've been denounced. Verda Brightbeacon attacked a non-hostile army. So this is when she killed my guy. So you can just do that, I guess. Technically, that's allowed. It's crazy to me. That's absolutely bonkers to me. I need money, man. We need money big time. Oh, okay. So this is really tricky because these guys both have convert. And they're mages. So I'm basically just required to stay on top of them. Now that being said, like we have pretty good, we get decent status resistance, but it's not like crazy great. I guess if we're warding, let's give this a shot. I'm sure we can win it. It's going to be a little bit of RNG. Keep my dudes together behind the steel shapers. Is going to be the important part. Well, I mean, you can't get converted anyway. But the point still stands. Does that use their whole turn as well? It does, okay. Distracted? Come weekend. What distracted him? Ah, distracting whispers. That tracks. So you're gonna go here. You're gonna go here. These are Dawn defenders. I've screwed it. This guy's in too deep now. And my steel shaper can't get to him. Same thing's gonna happen here, I think. These guys get bolstered defense, but that doesn't really... I mean, it doesn't give us the resistances I need. This is the only guy who gives the resistances. Oh. Do I have any spell that does that? I can make them invulnerable for a turn. I could also cast Vine Prison on them. And that's probably going to confuse them because they won't know who to cast on. Resisted. Resisted. Yes. All right, we're good. We're fine. GG. You might as well summon a spider. It's not going to attack, but it can hang out. And then you guys can cast that, and you can cast that, and then end turn. He's going to fight the vines. You're going to get poisoned. We're going to try to retreat. And the druid is stuck. He can't do anything. The only thing I kind of miss is like when our guys could taunt. The tier 1 troops being able to taunt is really nice. This guy's morale is almost already gone. Bonk bonk. He's also poisoned. We're getting fumbled, but we're effectively not taking any damage here. Like, it is minuscule what we're taking. I'm going to move you up. And can I move you? I guess. Distracted. You're getting hit. Going for the spiders. He's stuck. He didn't even be able to move. I guess let's put heat on you. He's routed. And he healed him, which is interesting. And we've killed the guy over this way, so let's start moving everybody else. You can go here. I think you can go here, and you can go here. My spider's dead, but that doesn't matter. Go here, here, here. I think the Druid of the Cycle is probably the bigger threat, all things considered. So I'm just going to stay on top of him. This guy's already at very low morale as well. Like, he's going to break in a second. I suppose I might as well just put you in with him as well. And they all routed. They all routed, and I took basically 0 damage. And I didn't even cast a spell that time around. Is this truly the greatest build of all time? You don't even have to do anything. You just win. Okay. I guess you're going to go up here. And you're going to go over here. You're camping, because I don't know what to do with you. And you are prospecting these hills. You're waiting for another Bastion and another Steel Shaper, but you're not in any real rush to get. We've acquired Silver Tongue Fruit, a second batch of it. We've 21 turns to take this, which I guess is fine. 1 to 2. I'm gonna have to boost this town a little bit, just so he can grow the extra point he needs. I recognize my transgressions. That's from denouncing. You've treated the citizens of Silverstrand well. Now the citizens wish to invite the people of Copperlode to celebrate. A shared festival. I don't need... I've already got them like completely vassalized. All cities of the Cursed Prince gain 33 stability. And free cities gain a bunch of relations. We gain 33 stability. For 6 turns. For 6 turns. Okay, so this is the same, but also we gain a bunch of relationships. Or we can gain 80 gold a turn. 33 stability is not bad. I'm going to invite them to celebrate. I'm going to take this stability. I'm going to do the good guy thing. Can be integrated. Supreme vassalage. Whispering Stone has been returned. And Kanye has crossed you. Oh, interesting. This guy's city is underground over here, his main city. I'm also going to take the city of Silverstrad and put a Whispering Stone in it because I don't have anybody else to give it to. What is the abilities making the morale build work? It is mostly the nightmare mounts. The nightmares do -5 morale every turn. And then soon we're going to get Joy Siphoners up here, which is going to, every time they retaliate, they're going to do 3 morale a hit. And the thing is like each one of those nightmares, if an enemy is next to 2 nightmares, it takes -10 a turn. So it stacks up really, really well. Expert Sailors, Spirit Wolf, I don't need either of those. You're ready to annex another province. I'm gonna get that farm for now. And the other really big thing is it's just like our tier 3 units, our shields, so they basically take no damage. And that was my goal. It was find a build that just took as minimal damage as possible and use them to just stay alive forever. Wind Ragers. I can get a bit of mana or I can get some good alignment. I'll just take the good alignment here. Now, these are copper golems. These guys don't break. But I think we still beat him by like quite a bit. I'll fight it though, just to make sure. I feel like pretty satisfied in my tests so far. Those are low foliage, excellent. Then you can bolster, you can bolster, you can bolster. We can do strengthen. You know what? Let's just do double strengthen on him. So that makes him basically unkillable. They do have a set of archers here that we're going to have to be on top of. 1, 2. You're hella surrounded if you go in here. These guys are immune to bleeding, so it doesn't matter if they're standing on this. You know what? I'm going to allow this. See if I regret that. My front line holds, which is the important part. Okay, everybody's in good position. And we've got them blocked off. You can see like just the morale debuffs on these spear units. They just took like 15 morale. Now, unfortunately, spear troops have cavalry slayer as well, which sucks a lot, but it doesn't seem like they're doing enough damage to make the difference. We grant defense to him and him since they seem to be getting attacked more. And we do have static shield. Costs a lot. You're gonna get attacked by 2 people. You know what? Let's cast it on you. Right, and my hero also just regens 10 HP around because he's got the ring of regen. Anything that hits him has a chance of being stunned now as well for the next couple turns. Yeah, I think this works fine. I'm going to move you and you up so that you actually affect more people as well. We have these like mass heals as well. Like I can trigger Strength from Steel and dispel like a ton of abilities on him at any point if I need to burst heal him. But I don't really see that being a huge issue. Once we get super growth, we'll also get the third attack, which is going to make a big difference. I'm going to give a heal to him. One of the other abilities we took was half cost or 20% off combat spells, with the idea being that we'd have these heal spells that we need to cast like a crazy amount. I actually run out of casting points more than anything else. I do wish I had taunt. Let me tell you. It would be great. Oh yeah, I should be casting this every turn that I can, because it also bolsters the defense of everyone around me. This dude's broken. He is routed and he is still fighting. What? I wasn't aware that that was allowed. There we go. Now he's run. And I can't tell, but that shield unit might also be running. I need to get some people up to take a bit of heat off of him so that he gets cavalry slayered a lot less. I think that would do it. Just a massive shield wall. It's the annoying thing with these golems as well is like they don't have they're immune to bleeding, they're immune to poison. So kind of everything I can hit them with doesn't really do anything. They're also immune to routing. Like golems are my hard counter. Golems in that weird frozen skirmish build. All right, that's one more of those dweebs down, so you can come in now. And we'll bolster, we'll bolster, we'll bolster. You seem to have been debuffed, so I'm gonna rebuff you. It's nice that this archer only has one shot a turn. He could be doing a lot more damage otherwise. I'm taking 1 damage from these guys. It is pretty funny. This guy's doing a good job at resisting intimidating aura, but he's still taking a little bit every turn. The Joy Siphoner is going to make a huge difference to anything that's not golems, like anything that's just regular troops. Those guys are broke. My hero is just Ring of Regen tanking like crazy. It's very funny. I have a very meowy Cindy in the house. What's wrong? Oh, you caught a mouse. Congratulations. Good job. You know when a cat just comes into the room, they got a mouse in their mouth. Good job. You want to play. He just wants to have someone to play with. Cats are awesome. You ride the tier 3 horses. We ride nightmare horses, which are tier 2. But they work. They do the job. This is really working with the ring of regen as well, because we're just not taking damage. Like, I haven't even burned through my casting points. The best thing is when we can make it that it's like only 1v1. Like right now, they're getting so many attacks on my hero, and he's not getting retributions. All right, you're dead. We get the 1 every time. Defensive mode, but he dies of poison. Okay. So let's move you in here. Let's move you back here. Bolster, 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 bolster. Now my hero has 2 wardings on him. I mean, he's only taking 1 damage a hit anyway, but okay. So I think we've safely proven that this army works. Mask of Precision. That's not bad. It's better than nothing. Like, demoralizing mask where I can, but Mask of Precision if not. I'm fine with that. That dude's gonna attack me, but I can't reach him this turn, so we get to heal for a second. And you're gonna go here and prospect. Staff of Radiance. Adjacent allies get +2 resistance. Now, that we could actually use. We can make a support hero instead of just having a bunch of nightmare heroes. I think I've reset all of our current people. Except for you, maybe. I could make her a support hero. What does she have? Defensive training, experienced leader, and restore. You're already kind of one. You're not allowed to mount if I give you the Staff of Radiance, which is a bit annoying. Right now, I'm going to leave you where you are. I think. Proud kitty. Yeah. She caught one of the big mice too. It's not even a little one. It's one of the big, huge ones. Room of recall. Let's do that. My ruler has finally leveled up. Level 3. Absolute meme. God damn. I'm gonna get bolstering. Because with that ring of regeneration, I think he becomes unkillable really fast. Right, I guess we'll keep everything else for now. Once we get Intimidation Aura from the Book of, I think, Subjugation, we might be able to switch up a couple of the builds. Like, we might be able to have people with that Crusader's longsword and not necessarily need the Nightmare mount. It really depends on whether or not that ability stacks. Wow, this dude had 4 units and then it's turn 40. God damn it, man. I hate turn 40. The AI gets a huge power spike at turn 40. And suddenly, like, all their armies come massively online. Like, this guy's 805. He hasn't gotten a bigger one, but I think that's because he's a quest battle. Let's start moving up there. Silver Fence can annex another province. We are gonna start going up. Picking up farms where we can. You guys are waiting on the Steel Shaper, who is 11 gold away. Let's just get that. So now I have a second army that actually I can do something with. They're a Bastion short, but I've replaced the Bastion with a hero, so... I'm going to send them over the hills. Over the river and through the hills. This dude is coming down. So we might as well have this guy also go down where possible. Orb of Seeing. That's a good item. Especially on this map where we can't see anything. +3 vision range. All right. A monolith. I need mints. This is a big problem I have is I never build mines, so I can never build mints. And my economy always suffers because of it. I've got a really, really bad habit of doing this. Let's get you a grand mill. It's nice that everything here is boosted. Your room of recall has been completed instantaneously. I'll build this train. Am I going to get Revelry? I don't think we need Revelry. I thought about it, but the thing is it's like we're sapping morale. We don't really need morale. We're not taking enough damage to take morale. Is it in my build? No, I haven't included it in my build. This guy's built the Seed of Shadow. There's Joy Siphoner, so that's really going to be a big one. I'm also going to pick up Prelude of Doom here. We can cast this on the world map. It's basically the only offensive world map spell we can cast. So we might as well use it. This dude's getting cash. This dude's making paper. This dude's getting a Ring of Resistance. Not bad. That roaming army. Split again? No, he's got 2 roving armies. All right, look, I'm going to deal with this guy. You made an expansion, which does allow me to grow down here. 2 farms, a quarry. 2 farms, quarry. So I'm just going to build a research post if that's the case. I got to kill this stuff and I've got to clear out this Dragon Slayer. Good luck. Yeah. Bon chance. That's gonna be easy, I'm sure. This quarry would get me more production and stack with my builder's quarter. I think I'll just do that. I do want these farms, but yeah, it's baby steps. Gain knowledge whenever a unit gains a rank. Gain knowledge for level of hero defeated. I'm not really fighting heroes right now. Mine's Grand Draft. I'll take that. It's maybe not a good idea. What do you want? What? Why are you attacking him? You guys are friends. Oh, hell. It's called a war against Tomos. Oh, man. You guys are really attacking the wrong ones. Oh. All right, so here's the thing. Tomos sucks. Like, he's got 1 city and it's here, basically. These are just like little mini outposts. Comparatively, this guy is doing way better. This guy doesn't like me as much. Revolutionary diplomat. Oh. Artisan merchant. I can't believe I'm getting dragged into a war between my two allies. Yeah, that guy's in first place. The other dude's in 5th. I'm in last, of course. That makes sense. I would believe that. Yeah. Oh, the only problem is I really open myself up to getting just hit with so many armies if I do this. I have a couple of turns to think about it, so another body for the sacrifice pile of empowerment. Oh man, yeah, that's gonna be a rough. I wonder if I shouldn't put another outpost in here. This guy's gonna gobble this. You've gobbled that. I guess you're gonna cut down into here now. Yeah, and you're pretty much only going up that way. You know what? No, I think it's fine. I don't know if I move you out or not anymore. Because suddenly I have a very real threat on my border. And it's not just like it's a real threat. It's like a real threat that I need both my armies to fight. Okay, this is easy, so I'm going to let it auto. Again, I feel my point has been proven. Hi-yo. He can teleport back at any time. This one can't. Piggies. Maybe they just won't attack me. You know, maybe it'll be fine. Maybe I won't really have to fight the fight. Who am I at war with those guys? So I should be safe to explore down this way. And into these mountains. Better upgrade that wizard's tower. We'll grab a library here. I have one more turn left to make that decision. You want me to open borders? I'm not going to do that. Especially because I'm about to be at war with you. These two started a war. That's good. And Kanye has crossed you. I mean, if I go with this guy and we curb stomp this dude, we own the entire north half of the map. Now, I mean, there's a giant scar in the middle of the north half of the map, but like, it feels like a decent trade-off. I think definitely getting the ability to grassland these mountains is going to be big. Because what worries me right now is just like being able to get between provinces. I mean, I guess we're pretty close to teleporters. You can annex, which means you actually start going south. Oh, wow, I'm out of territory in every other direction. I might need to start growing this a lot faster. Joy Siphoners is ready. I'm going to take the no transform. Because Joy Siphoners gives you really weird makeup otherwise. Tomos is withdrawn to the astral void and is getting spanked. I will accept. Well, well, Anthony Hopkins, if it is war you want, it's war you shall get. And I think I'm still going to pull these guys across, because what I'm going to try to do is link up my two armies. And this dude is going to fly back here, and I'm going to start recruiting more bastions. You went that way. Could you go this way, perhaps? Looks like there's some mountains down here. I'll work to them. You're going to grab this mountain chain. Materia. Such a funny build. 1363. Oh, man. All right. So you know how I talked about how them just getting a big power up? They just spiked it really hard. If we pick up Joy Siphoners. If we pick up Joy Siphoners and bring the other army up. Hit them with a Prelude of Doom. We should be okay to do it. I think so. Denouncement, you accepted a call to war, yada 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 yada. I'm also still healing here. So if I've got a few turns before they come up, is there somebody else I can take out? This is all melee troops on a gold mine. That would be good for us. Get us a little cash buff while we're out and about. Oh, what are those noises? They're scary. The harvest in the domain of Silverstrad has been bountiful this year. Well known for its impressive agriculture, it has now outdone even itself. Food stalls turn the grand square into a maze filled with aromas and flavor as children parade the streets with baskets full of the latest yield. Cash, cash, money. 20 alignment. Ooh. I got 20 alignment is massive. Oh, and Verda has gone to war with me. Well, that's not great. Cause despair. So this is a debuff spell we can cast if enemies all stack together and just like make them lose a bunch of morale all in one turn. Silver Fence is ready to annex. What do you have? Forced, farm. I have to keep stacking farms on you right now. I'm a bit worried about the defensive situation here because this is now a front line. So I'm going to upgrade the town hall first. And I'm going to keep moving them down. Awesome. Wand of Provocation is the taunt wand, which will be really helpful. I think I'd rather that than the heal. Put the heal on him, maybe. Okay. Declaration ended countered. Okay. Declaration ended countered. A treaty has been broken with Tomos Mage Seeker. Wow. Declared war with minor war justification. Broke 3 treaties. I lost 25. I gained 25 evil points. So if I actually didn't take that 20 good, I'd be neutral. You guys started a war. And you guys started a war. Oof. It is busy, busy bee here. I'm going to wait one turn just to get joy siphoners. Like, I desperately need to start making another army here as well. Let's recruit that. Let's, where are you going? Onto this mountain? Clearly done this. Clearly done some of this mountain, but not all of it. It's not a good spot for him to be, though, because he could get picked off by these guys at any point. And I guess you're just building as well. Yeah, clearing out this gold mine is going to be good. I wouldn't mind grabbing this as well. You know what? That says 400, but I bet there's 2 hidden units there. Okay, end turn. Okay. See what kind of terrible sieges I'm going to soon be under. It's really crazy how you can't see enemies coming on this map. The low vision is actually like really bad, really rough. Cirrus Lifebringer has built a Seed of Chaos. He's going chaos. Oh, interesting. Oh, I suppose that makes sense. He's going very hard on chaos. He's also good though. So in terms of like our allies getting the win for us, that's going to be important. This guy has a Seed of Shadow. Somebody else also made a Seed of Shadow. Oh, Dawnbane. I didn't know this was down here. A lot of fires. This guy has a Seed of Shadow as well. Okay. All right. Right now, most of that stuff is out of my control. Like, it's simply too far away from me. We're going to pick up Joy Siphoners. Stealing 3 morale on hit. And then we're going to fight these dweebs. Awesome. We got a really good choke point here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do that. So, yeah. Oh, that works perfect. Everybody gets a Steel Shaper on them, and we completely, like, lock them into one area. I'll double bolster my main dude. And then I can fan out with these guys a little bit and bolster again. They do have an eagle, is the one thing. So they're probably going to summon behind me. This is going to cause me to get flanked for a turn, which I'm not stoked about. But it is the hope that I will have something back here, at least, and to busy them. Alternatively, I could... You know what? He can't reach me this turn anyway. I was going to say I could throw out the Vine Prison and maybe slow them down. Rally? Oh, the eagle gets rally. Emboldened allies, yeah. Yeah, this here is the kind of shenanigans I'm a bit worried about. He's actually got another guy going that way as well, which is surprising. They could have hit me in behind, and they didn't. confusing. I could... No, let's leave this gap open. Let's see what they do with it. That's perfect. So this guy's taking negative 15 a turn now. Yeah, my spiders are taunted, but these other guys have also pocketed in. This would be a situation where if I had that really nice ability that we're researching right now, I could drop all of their morale by 15. But I don't. So let's just bolster, bolster, bolster. You're stunned? Uh-oh. We're still doing lots. This guy's not even losing his regen. Oh, that's an issue. Yeah, I guess he can just fly right on over. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use the Wand of Provocation on him, which he resisted, which is not great. So I'm going to bolster him, I think. I feel like this spider is okay. Like I could... maybe give it a buff. You know, I could put Mark of Invulnerability on this guy, or I could put Static Shield. You know what? I'm going to do that. If he gets stunned, that kind of solves my problem. Ah, he's going for the spiders. That's bad. I was a little bit worried that was going to happen. All right, they're losing the morale. You still have regen 2 for 1 turn. My question is, if I do that again, does that reset the regen length? Yes. So if you wait until this goes down to 1 and then cast it again, it gives them regen 4 and it refreshes the original regen. That's interesting. Strengthen, bolster defense, and rally, which I guess is going to fix their morale. Though I'm not sure that matters. Routing. You're being attacked. That dude's routed. That dude's routed. You're very stubbornly staying in battle with me, but that dude died. Okay, so... I think I'd like to put you here and move you out. But like if I put him here, let's do that instead. And then I can shield. You can bolster, bolster, bolster. This guy could have actually probably moved, but that's okay. Oh my god, I never realized this. The Wand of Provocation has a cooldown, which means I can taunt every like 3 turns with it. Guy's trying to stop them from routing. Ooh, wow, you just took a pounding. I'm gonna cast Strength from Steel on you. I'm going to move you here because I need you in as well. I'm gonna grant myself defense because I just scrapped a lot of it. Then I'm gonna do that. We're gonna turn you here. We're gonna do that. Gonna keep you there because otherwise you'll get attacked. See what happens. He's fumbling a bunch. Just realized he's gonna come in and attack my spell shaper. That's okay. I can't really do anything about that. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Those dudes run. Those dudes run. He takes 2 flank attacks. My steel shaper gets wailed on. I guess I'll move you here. I'm gonna give this guy defense because I'm gonna make him move. Can I put you in here? I can. Let's do that. This guy's routed. Let's see if I can get and taunt this guy. He's resisted that like every single time, but he also just routed. All right, perfect. So it's only this one dweeb who's left. You're 10 HP, so let's just move you. Then we can go like here, and then everybody taunt. This guy's taking, I don't know where he just got +6 morale from, but he should be taking -20 morale a turn. I'm gonna cast that to buff him, and then we can bolster, in turn. Those guys are gone. This guy's very low morale, and he should be finished. Routed. Excellent. So it doesn't necessarily work the best in auto resolve, but it still does do okay. This guy is guarding an oasis, which would be really nice to take. Though he's definitely not autoable. If I can get this other army up. I think I need to build a road between these 2 cities. Where is road building? So next turn, I think that's what I'm going to do is I'll start moving her up this way towards this guy. You know what? There is a road from this underground passage to that underground passage anyway. I wonder if there's any free cities down there. Probably not, but maybe. You're going to start making bastions. You're going to start digging for gold. +2 status resistance. That's not bad. You're going to dig. Production. You're going to dig. Horn of Plenty is really good. Is it better than any of these? Right now, technically, yes. He's more likely to need to see people, and he needs to heal, so. All right, you finished a market. The Arcane Institute. Arcane Institute. Blacksmith or Tavern. If we jump this 20, it would go to from unstable to stable. So that's like a +10%. It's like plus 10 to everything. I think that's probably the best value we got right now. Okay. I'd love to do things like clear out these haunted halls and stuff as well. I hate having ancient wonders nearby that I know I can clear. But I haven't. You built a seed of chaos. You're healing. All right, so if I turn on road building and I go here, you will build that road. And then you can get there next turn. So you know what? Yeah, let's prioritize this tranquility pool first. You are being chased by those guys. But thankfully you're a scout. And if I just run away, they can't catch you. Can they get into that mountain? They can't. Let's do right there. I've already dug these mountains. All right. And this guy is digging these mountains. Let's gobble, gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Nap. Oh, good. A bit of extra cash we can do stuff with, too. Let's grab that Arcane Institute there, and then, if I can, here as well. Yeah, we're doing really good on mana right now, so I'm not going to panic on that. Free cities are vassals of the Whispering Stone, grant knowledge and vision. We don't need that. I was falsely denounced by Kanye. Well, I will just regular denounce him for doing that. Yeah, how you like me now? Falsely denounce me, I'll denounce you. That'll teach him. Okay, I'm actually getting absolutely rampaged right now. Oh no, this guy's entire army is like iron golems as well. And gargoyles. He's only level 4. No respite, rune of industry. All right, so these guys do have morale, is the good news. But the iron golems do not. The iron golems are just immune to everything, so I just have to sit there and face tank them until they die. Oh, this is 2 turns of movement. Gosh, damn it. Cause despair. I'll pick up Wayfinder for now. All right, well, look, we're gonna burn, a lot's gonna burn there. They're also attacking me there. I am in big, big trouble if I can't get out of this war soon. War duration has to be greater than 5. It is 4 turns away from that. It is the first turn of war, and he has sent all of his people to my front, and this guy has captured an outpost, and that's it. Well, I mean, that's something, but I'd appreciate it if he kept moving, because I'm going to get destroyed otherwise. Otherwise, I'm going to get destroyed really fast. Let's build a mine. I said I'm having problems with money. Let's actually listen to myself. You like me, and you're glad that we're friends. Can we make an alliance? That would be really smart. You have God Breakers, which are tier 4 hammers. Wow, that's really good. And Wand of Domination, which is 90% chance of mind control. Also very good. What's kind of nice about this is it affects units in the back. And it has a chance of stun. Bad problem is I can't really optimally use that because of this silly, silly build. More Crusader Claymores. I'd like to sell those. You have more money? I really need money right now, buddy. I really need a lot of money right now, and I don't have it. Let me tell you. I am hurting on the cash front. Oh, that farm has an oasis. I guess I'll give that to him. Okay. Denouncing. We might as well do our scouts first. Is there anything left down here that I haven't done? No, I have all these mountains prospected. There's a couple up here, but I think for now we're going to just go south. I just got myself killed. God damn. Curse this vision. Curse this curse of vision. Caltrops inflict bleeding, which his golems are not going to take, and his gargoyles fly, so that's useless. Archer battlements are no good. Arcane amplifiers. Magic attacks do sundered resistance, so that's also useless. So there's no defenses here I can build that are worthwhile. So I guess I'm just building a Masonic Hall. Desperately trying to put together a secondary army. Tertiary army, I suppose. Oh, that's right. I'm also at war with her, so she could come up on my borders any moment now, too. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, man. All right. Let's go. Yeah. I got jumped. We got jumped. Flee, hope for the best. There's good mountains down here. Yes, we escaped. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Man, I've never done so bad at having friends before. Especially playing as a pacifist. You think it would have been easy. It is far from. What about Aurelia Kings? Pioneers are not a bad idea. I could get an Anvil Guard. Right now I'm desperate, so I'm going to do that. You build a Seed of Materium. We picked up Wayfinder enchantments. And our second tome, which is Glades. Yes, because this gives us aspect of the root.
Vigor in the verdant leaf.
Which you didn't give me right away.
The branch of the yew.
Ooh, I'm gonna shuffle for that.
Blessed are those who tend to the forests and let this verdant emerald blanket unfurl over the lands. Such guardians of the glade will find that the land repays its protectors.
Oh my god, okay, thank God.
Natural power.
So that's every 2 turns now. My shield units can heal for 30 HP. Which should make it so that they can't be killed. I am of the firm belief that that will work. We're going to have to fight this for sure. 2 skirmishers, 2 mythics, and 2 spellcasters. Can't wait. I suppose we have some spiders we can summon. So I think I'm going to do that right away, even though they're trash. Everybody needs to stay in groups of 2. That's kind of the big rule here. Like, as long as it's 2 units with a steel shaper, they can kind of get away with doing anything. And I think we have 1 extra. Oh, I suppose that's 2 units. We'll move you up the middle then. It would be really smart as well as if we can map out a path to be like, okay, no more steel shapers. Like, what can we get that's better than these guys? Be that nymphs or what have you. What is the special ability here? You've got to be kidding me. Every 2 turns, all status effects on all units are dispelled. So I can't stack regen and bolstered resistance. It's going to dissipate every 2 turns. I cannot say I am in love with that. All right, you got to move up. You got to move up. All these guys are also immune to morale, I think, or they have like 50% less morale damage. Let's get you there. Let's bring you up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. I think the flank is on this side. Okay, let's bolster. Let's bolster. Let's turn. You're gonna bolster. You're gonna bolster. And I could cause the spear, but I tell you what I'm gonna do, actually. I'm gonna throw a vine prison in the back. Just to try and keep these spellcasters busy for a few turns. Like, I just instantly deleted one of my units. You can do this every 3 turns? Okay. Let's surround them with heroes if we can. God damn. It's disgusting. Oh, that's so bad. You gotta go for a flank. You have to go for a flank. You can move in here, and then I'll probably have you bolster. How much was that vine prison? 20 casting points. Oh, that's a lot. I tell you what, I'm just gonna put a regen on this guy for now. I maybe should have auto-resolved this fight. I didn't realize that they could just like remove units completely from the board every couple turns. It's a bit hard to counter that. Okay, well, this is good at least. Let's have you go up here. I'll put you up here. I can bring these spiders up here right now too. Pin them down at least. You're in a tough spot, but It'll work. You can move in here. Start stacking on him. I only get one of those heals a battle, so probably want to save that. Okay. Interesting. He's willingly taking the attacks of opportunity to move back and like counter my other units. Like he moved back to take his attack of opportunity so that the other guy could get in. Wow, you took a pounding just then, though. If I bolster you... The swamp troll healing might be too much. I might not be able to fight these guys fairly. How much would that give you? 32. Cast it again, and I can heal you for 64. Might not be able to fight them fairly, but there's nothing saying I have to fight fair. This guy's currently taking no damage. How is that? Because you just keep casting Bone Shattering Howl. And Terrifying Nom Nom Nom. Those spiders are dead, so you're in a bit of trubs. I'm gonna rally all of them, I think. Ooh. Is this all I got? I think so. I might as well try taunting this guy. I don't think it's gonna work, but there's no point in me using bolster right now. Feels bad, but a restart feels right. I mean, I'm maybe. Ah, see, this is slaying me here, right? Because them taking off all of those bolsters, just like, yeah, with the Terrifying Gorge, I can't win this fairly. We're gonna restart this combat. What I want to know is, okay, no, I actually have to go to load. It's got to be autoed. There's no way that can be won with Terrifying Gorging, because they're just gonna literally. I can't outpace units that oops, that can auto one-shot me every turn. Okay. Right. I probably will lose this scout now as punishment. No. Lucky. Did I rally? I didn't. I mean, there's a big worry here also, like if I lose too many units, I won't be able to stop this invasion. You got Wayfinder. And now we can pick up the Tome of Glades. It is crazy how much further the computer is ahead of me.
There is vigor in the verdant leaf.
In research. Like I unlocked a Tome 2 and he had already 2 Tome 2s completed. and was moving on his next piece. Oof. All right. Rainbow clover. I wouldn't mind that. 2 foresters. The 3rd forester does let you build the next food building, so yeah, okay. I'm gonna move you up. I'm gonna attack you. I'm gonna let it auto combat. All right, no, I'm just, well, I can't fight this fight then. Never mind. I was like, this is a low risk combat. Don't worry about it. It's only going to kill 95% of your troops. This is fine. This is totally fine. Stripping a buff is like a direct counter to your style of heal. Yeah. Well, the game has been very, very generous with this scout. Siege? Did I just hear a siege over here? Harperton is under siege. Probably by the pink guys. It's the most aggressive I've seen the computer in terms of AI. I'm actually like doing things. So I will give credit for that. At least we're seeing some stuff happen.
There is vigor in the verdant leaf.
Shuffle.
Might.
Aspect. East watch. I'm invaded. Well, if this is the case. I'm going to build roads. I'm going to go here. I don't suppose this guy has a tranquility pool, does he? He does for 300 gold. Ring of Endurance is pretty good. Ring of Resistance, yeah. The heavy armor greaves I'm okay with because I'll stack them with the Staff of Radiance. If we end up with anybody getting that. I guess I can get rid of one of you. Still not enough money, but I might as well trash the stuff I'm not using. Okay. Prospector. Prospect me a match. This dweeb is, I guess it's going this way. If he can manage to get away with it. I'm going to build a Bastion's Barricade because it's going to give me an extra 2 of those Bastions if I fight nearby, which I got a funny feeling we're going to be doing. This was the other thing I was going to cast was Prelude of Doom, but realistically, it's not going to do much. 2 demoralized, so minus 10 morale for 1 turn. Yeah, I can't really stop any of this. This dragon army will be a nightmare as well, so yeah. Let us ride to the defense of our cities that are certain to be sieged any minute. I believe how many armies this dweeb has. You receive a message from Boss Zerker. Would he work? I mean, he's an interesting choice. He's unkillable. I mean, he doesn't get any of his buffs is the big problem. Like, he starts at his base. So he's really just like a berserker that's not on amount. I mean, we'll take them into the Pantheon just because there's no reason not to. All right, you go there. You're going to go here. We're going to stick together as much as we can. Look at all these dragons. Oh my god, 1,500 point armies. Okay. You ain't going nowhere. You ain't going nowhere. It's building a bastion. We have a steel shaper en route. You're starting to get the third army together. Anvil is under siege by 1, 2, 3.5 armies.
Huh?
But they're pretty low strength. Whether or not that matters is TBD. If I build a sacred meadow right here, it would bounce off the herbalist and the conduit and give me food. That'd be nice. Let's do that. Not right now, but eventually. Someone was denounced. We've been invaded. Ooh, baby. Things is spicy. I got no way to get to Silverstrad. What I need is a teleporter. What I don't have is remotely enough time to do it. They dropped the siege here, and they split their armies a little bit as well, so... Do we even have teleporter unlocked? 10 turns until available. Turn 60. Oh, we can win this for sure. So it's like 2v1. I'm going to hit them with the Prelude. Ooh. His army was hiding. He's got better troops than I thought he did. He had 6 units in hiding here. He must have some sort of like ring of something. I would think. Maybe not. Why are all these guys invisible? All right, regardless. What do we have? We have 3 bastions, 2 spears. No, 3 spears. A gargoyle, a little anvil guard. A couple of herbalists, which aren't too bad. And then we do have Tomos himself, who is a Zerker with a champion's breastplate. Always end your turn in defensive mode. Oh, I'd like that. That would be really nice. Our first Godeer fight. Now we truly get to see how the battle adds up. All right, I'm going to put you here. See if I can't take some bonus from all these spiky herbs. Use these guys to buff the heroes as much as we can. And I think we'll summon some spiders. All right, he does want to try to get a little bit of a flank here. So, you know what? I can gap this 1, 2 here. Yeah, that's a... We'll do that. Defensive positions. Don't really want to stand on this spiky part. So that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense from a tactical perspective. Well, I guess this could kind of work. It is very foolish, but it does kind of work. All right, you can bolster at this point. You're going to taunt. Bolster. Bolster. Bolster, 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 bolster. And I think I'll just keep everything on hold. This is actually a pretty good spot. The steel shapers right behind. Oh yeah, the archers do 3 damage. I don't think we need to worry about that. I literally out heal that. Spears aren't great for me. And all this spiky stuff isn't super hot either, but I think it's okay. You can do a rallying blessing right here. Bolster all of them up. Real nice. Good little bolster on all these guys as well. Why not? Let's get an extra set on him. And then hold the line. It's funny, they're also just like sticking together and trying to bolster and strengthen as much as they can. I love that they missed shooting my guy and shot their own guy. That's true pacifism right there. Let the ally just shoot themselves to death. You are very surrounded though. I am not unaware of that. If this dude is there, you know what? We can start moving in these guys. I'm gonna go like that. You might be a little too out, but I'm gonna make that as a risk. How long until that regen? 2 turns. And you have how much bolstered defense already? 5, which is max cap, so there's not really much point in me casting that. I think what I'm going to do this turn is just fine prison the group of these dweebs. Give their archers something to think about. And then everyone else can bolster. It's so funny watching just like all the morales hit at the end of every round. I'm already seeing low morales coming from some of the enemy. My vines. They're putting in some good work on him. All right, these guys are starting to move up, which is nice because they're actually moving into my shield wall. With a little surround, they are going to get a bit of a surround here, I think, in the end. So let's make sure that this guy stays buff. He's going to get attacked the most. We're going to reboot the regeneration on him, make him extra strong. And then everybody else just holds. Seeing some breaks. Man, once I get Intimidation Aura, and I can stack that with the Nightmares, I can't wait to see how that works. Because right now, it's like that guy broke in like, what, 3 or 4 rounds? I think 3 rounds. Let's say 4. With Intimidation Aura, it would cause them to break in 2 rounds. If they have 3 people surrounding them. That guy just looked like he attacked. Oh, he's taunted. Well, can't do much about that, can I? Their Lord is starting to break as well. He's got really bad morale. Yeah. Keep going. See what happens. Lots of bolsters, lots of strengthens. They're trying to come back in for it. Might need to put a regen on that guy. Can you imagine if I could seduce and just like a unit comes back here and it's just like, oh no, let's just turn him for the rest of the battle. It would be massive. The Banshee would also be really good based on how much it does. That guy got taunted again. I don't know, man. Do I even cast that? I guess. I have no idea if bolster defense is even still active anymore. I might as well just do a round of this. I do think you got to top this up every few rounds, otherwise it wears off. And then I'm going to grant defense on you, and I'm going to grant defense on you. And then I think everybody else can just go into warding mode. All right, we got to start moving up now out of formation. Because so enough of them have broke that we get to go on the attack, which is just walking forward and standing next to them. Oh no, we win. That's it. They're routed. Now, this is one thing that does worry me, is like the computer is going to just end up routing a lot and keeping his units. And I'm not super keen on that. Oh, hello. This is super easy. I'm going to let this one auto. I can't afford to lose any units right now. I'm so massively outnumbered. A single steel shaper is like a huge drop in the bucket for me. Frustrating as that may be. All right, you're gonna stick out here. You guys are gonna flank up this way. Okay. I mean, that's largely archers anyway. I think as long as actually I have one guy taking him, that should be fine. Let's go. Can any of you reach the back? No. 1, 2, 3. Actually, a little bit wounded. Oh, I meant to keep a shaper with him. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll pull that guy back then. Buff. Buff. You dudes are all fine. Can't really reach him with a heal anyway. I can do a taunt here. Why don't I do a wand of provocation on him? Would have been way smarter actually to trigger my Noble Aegis, so let's actually just do a healing roots. Safety first. Ow. Ooh. Flying over my front line to beat up my casters. Ain't that a play I did not expect. All right, this guy's gonna move down here. These guys are gonna stay on the archers. You're gonna ward yourself. You're gonna ward yourself. Ward, ward. That group's perfect. That group's perfect. This guy needs to come over here and hopefully buff him. Grand, and then everybody's good. And he goes for this caster. Wow, this gargoyle is really cheeky. I'm not a fan of him. You on him. You on him. You're going on him. Grant defense. I don't have a strengthen from steel. I'm gonna move those guys up. Bolster, bolster. Bolster, bolster. I could heal myself here. Actually, I can only heal other people, so I just stay put. Yeah. He only gets the big damage if he flies all the way, right? Because he's shock troops. A little bit problematically is all these gargoyles are canceling my retaliation attacks. You got poisoned. Okay. You can move up on him. Let's have you move over here. Ooh, I guess. I don't know that I want to bring these guys in close enough that they cause trouble here. Can you taunt this gargoyle? Resistant. All right, well, let's mass heal him then. And just buckle down. I might as well put regen on him because he's going to get wailed on for a while. Hobble, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. The morale is starting at least to break, which is ultimately the goal of this army. I don't have to retaliate them to death. I just have to surround them with enough nightmares that they get spooked. And by God, it's working. Give him a buff. Let's do a rallying cry. You can do a buff. You can do a buff. This homie can come down here and give a spook. Give this guy a little heal just in case. Give him a little buff. And that dude's already running. I guess my hero can just come over here and start buffing up this guy. All right, that should be good. Everybody's running over there. This dude is just face tanking. Y'all can run down this way. Buff. I believe. Yeah, that guy's got 5 dudes surrounding him right now. He's got to break morale. Routing. And I'm so bolstered over here. Oh, wow. He actually started ignoring my main guy and going for the wizards. Cheeky. Well, I'll let you come in then. Let these guys buff up. Basically just trying to stack the rest of the retaliations here now. Which should be, I think, pretty much an automatic. I can't taunt him, though. But I don't think he outpaces my Ring of Regen. So as long as I keep the heals, which he's for sure got maxed out already. It's just the stupidest build. I can't wait for super growth. At least we can get the extra attack around. Golems, man. Golems are the worst. I think once my Bastions also hit Elite, they will start adding resistance. Or they start adding something else onto the fight as well. So they get a little bit better every time. Okay, well, at least his armies are gone. And Anvil is safe. For now. I probably should build a forge tower here. A herbalist would also be pretty cool. Maybe. Mostly because it heals me. Counts as a conduit. I could just put it there. Adjacent province in a domain with forest or swamp. I mean, that's not really anybody. But we're going to be able to grow forests as soon as we take the spell. You know what? I'm going to do that. Replace that conduit. Give me some frontline healing. This dweeb. Send that scout out. What is your army right now? I mean, the army, God, it's so hard to click them sometimes. Why is it so difficult to click? There we go. We can put him back on a nightmare. We can give him nothing really. He's kind of going into battle with what he's got. All right, so he's got 2 bastions. He's got an anvil guard, and what he needs is the steel shapers. He's got 1 coming in. I can rush the one behind it. This dude is going this way to try and loot for more look. This build is hilarious. I honestly cannot believe that it's working the way it is. It has just been a joy of a surprise. I am being sieged down here. God damn it. Oh, Silver Fence, if it gets attacked, only has 2 turns. I'm getting attacked by the most trashiest troops, too. Tomos is withdrawn to the Astral Void. Denounce, denounce. Domain invaded. Okay, well, I'm hoping Can I be done with you? Absolutely not. I mean, sure, I don't have an army, and all of my cities are being attacked at the same time, but I could just attack his capital. 195 fortifications? Oh my god, because he's got the ogre keep. And the slithers. Oh, they stack really well with quarries. That's why he's built so many quarries. God damn, dude. God damn. I hate it. I'm gonna auto this. Thank you. Thank you, game. Thank you for not forcing me into that one. I should build a road from here down here so I can at least get around quickly. Oh my god, thank god we got aspect of the route. That's going to be huge. I can make an argument for leaf skin. We don't have the forests yet, but we're going to have them eventually. Oh wow, we got a level up. I would like to take Sentinel. Not even level 5. Cities can expand further. We don't need that yet. Siege projects, we don't need that yet. So there is a funny reality, which is like if I attacked Runeforge and his, like if I take Runeforge and his ruler's in the void, which I could send him to, then I just delete him from the game. Alternatively, if I take Runeforge, there's a chance that he would surrender. Now I can't do that till he's out of the void, but you have to be sieging his capital in order to do that. Now, is he willing to do that while he's also like outside my capital with a huge army? That I don't know. I feel like probably not. Prospector, prospector, prospector's prospector. Trade proposal. I become a vassal. Anyway, decline. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Would anything be good up here? A mint. Oh, I can actually build a mint here. I just don't have enough money for it. Mana obelisk, crypts, prison cells. You can annex another province. I was going to annex this. And then I was going to build that conduit building there. Though obviously I'm also wondering about coming down this away. This is a direct path to her capital. I mean, we're not making any new land back there. I might as well take this. He's not going to be happy. But you know what? Everyone's unhappy anyway. What do I care? I could, like, bum rush an army. Save my herbalist. But I don't know what's going to do me much good. He's got a 5, a 5, a 5. So he's got full triple stack here. But I have 70 walls, so he should take a while to get over them. Aspect of the root. We're going to cast this. And now I'm invulnerable. Unless things have auto kill. But that's every 3 rounds. All of my guys will heal for 30 HP. Which is a lot. For free. Repeatable. feel like I might just need the money to rush this deal shaper next turn. All right, we're gonna end it. See how we do here. Okay, Tomos Mage Seeker is moving. He's burning down all of my farms. He's burning down my herbalist. I don't appreciate any of it. But it's the price you pay sometimes. What's going on here? Why can't you move? I turn on that. Just really... It's trying to make him go over the mountains, which I don't want him to do. Trying to get him to build these roads. You're just going to scout down that way. The nice thing is that, like, he shouldn't be able to see me coming because vision on the map is so trash. I'll take that. I'm inside my city walls. So I'm safe and sound. Snug as a bug. Wipe out some of your guys, give you a little bit of attrition. A nice thing is that he also doesn't heal in enemy territory. Or neutral territory. Like, nobody really heals on this map. It's one of the crazy things that we've kind of built into it. Unless you're in your own land, you really take huge penalties all the time. Stone tree. I think I'm going to build a shrine. Another ruler was denounced. Another ruler was denounced. You've been invaded. You've been invaded down here as well. She's showing up with a real army now. Leaf skins. She's using a lot of furies. How am I gonna get over there? What is my plan? Sweep through this and then, like, what? Sweep back down around through here? Come up through Thorn and save Silver Fence? Is that what I want to do? I mean, my armies will conjoin next turn. He's probably going to start fleeing as well. Maybe. He might start fleeing. She's just running through all my stuff. Wrapped in bloody bandages, the chairwoman of the Cursed Prince's Council greets you with pride. Strength and blood, she exclaims. The weak fall on the battlefield. The frail are cold like vermin in their holes. No tactic is too gruesome when it wins a battle. We adopt our enemy's strengths and we triumph. Your council has collected your general's most effective tactics so that all Cursed Princes may be drilled for victory. Mark of the Butcher. We have Mark of the Dove. This is like the opposite of that. Imperium. We can take 5 alignment. Oof. Or lose a bunch of stuff. I mean, this would fix our XP problem. Like, this would re-neuter our XP. The Cruise... Oh, we're not feared for our ruthlessness, though. I'm just going to lose Imperium and gain no traits, I think. I can't really take the city stability. Can I? You know what? Yes, I can. Why not? I've been denounced. We have Leaf Skin up. I think we're going to cast that with the minor race transformation. I don't really see any reason not to. We are being chased down from the north. So I really only got one good chance on this. I can pick off another one of his. Can these guys get to me? Not really, no. This is a huge win. What's their distance? They can get there. So as long as I attack this guy instead... they shouldn't be able to hit me next turn. You're stuck in a neutral territory, which isn't great, but we can also pick off this gargoyle and flee back to town. And then hopefully next turn I can have all of these guys stomped together and we can wipe those out. Okay. We're gonna go this way to an outpost. We're gonna go this way towards the city. You're gonna grab prospecting. Another demoralizing mask. Amazing. I think that one goes on you. Yeah, you can't reach and you can't reach. So we're good there. Silverstrad needs buildings but isn't ready for it. You're gonna piece 1-1. Yeah, they've burned down everything here, but you know, I can't really stop them at the moment. It's one threat at a time. If there's nothing major coming after Silver Fence, we could actually... oh god, I was gonna say we could reform our army and try to take Runeforge. But that's a lot of new dudes coming after us. You can do it. So if I do this, this, and this... this one we can take. Wipe out the stack of them. You know what I should really have unlocked? 50 knowledge for heroes. Y'all are going to move down this way a little bit. And I don't believe they can reach me. That's amazing. Ooh, man, that's so good. I am being really a snake about this. Now, unfortunately, they did like burn down my entire province, so Colvin the Healer and Quip the Astute have been released. They don't really have anything that I care for. I can return them home, but I don't really have any interest in that. Tomos will not consider this because they're too strong. Defeating their armies or sieging their throne city might convince them otherwise. He wants a ton of money for peace, which is not something I'm willing to do. Sure, all of my land is on fire, but when has that stopped me before? What are you? Your firm's foresters. Let's give you this mine. You made a shrine. We're hurting so bad on cash. I wish our homie was doing anything. We should actually probably check in on him and see whether or not he is literally doing anything. We're pretty close on the teleporters. 6 more turns. Let's see. He's got a bunch of armies back here. Harperton is still under siege. He did take this outpost, but he hasn't really gone any further than that. It's a real bummer. If this city had started back here, I would have been in such a more secure location. And instead I have all this amazing land here, and then my capital is just like impossible to get to. Frustratingly so. I see mountains. I see unprospected mountains. I also see unprospected mountains down here, but I don't know that I can get to those. Maybe if I go this way. You've been invaded. We've been invaded. Someone is stepping on my stuff. Let's see what they do. Okay. He is stacking. 4 Ermies. We pick up Create Forest, which is great. I'll pick up Cruel Weaponry because it will hopefully speed up the damage we do against morale broken troops. Casting a combat spell reduces the cost of all other combat spells by 25 for 2 turns. Maybe. Yeah, actually, we might as well. That just lets us heal more, right? So. The Free City of Bullerton, which is automatically overlorded to another faction. Can't believe I don't have a single wonder. I'm gonna leave Skinner dudes though. Wham, 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 wham. It just makes us more green, which I think looks okay. I think that fits very well for the vibe we've got going on right now. Our peaceful little tree peeps. All right, what is this? This is a 2414, and I am 3,000. Message received. Visper is a worthy friend. Visper hates me and is evil. That guy's very evil. You're good. You're evil. You're very evil, and you're neutral. You seem like the last person I should be at war with. Maybe I can get out of it with you. 2,500 gold. God damn. Letting them go every time is so... It makes this so difficult. Right, and you're just an anvil guard. Thing is, I have to win the 2 fights here. If I target the 1, I can actually cut their army in half. That's the way to do it. 35 versus 18, because that guy's by himself. That took a second. What is really funny is I feel like more units are being allowed to run as well here. And then we can finish the rest of them off. I'll take a Steel Shaper just to save us a bit of time. If it means we can get rid of a couple of units, I think I take it. This scout is back alive, which is nice. Everybody else here gets to chill. We have pretty much no money, but I'd like to get some of these farm runes back online. Okay. And we can't build anything here. We can't build anything here. Ruler has leveled up. Defensive training is something I wanted on him. Warding bond might not be a bad idea. But restoration is an obvious choice. This also gets me a bit of order, which wouldn't be bad. I think I gotta get that. It's a lot of wars. Yeah, we're in an unfortunate big war situation right now. Because we got dragged into a lot of them. I got dragged into 2 wars because of my defensive alliances. Honestly, I probably shouldn't have just made defensive alliances. Okay. Total war, I try to avoid defensive alliances at all costs if I'm not trying to get into war. Seems similar in this game. Yeah, there's they're fixing a bunch of stuff in the new patch where it's not going to be quite as bad, where you're not going to take like the same penalties for like breaking defensive alliances and stuff like that. But right now it is still pretty rough if you do it. This is magic origin unit upkeep, which is not what I want. I think let's just keep digging. Heavy crossbow, boo. Can't do retaliations with a heavy crossbow. We'll just sell it off. This scout is going to heal for another turn. These scouts are gobbling the mountains. Yes, another wand of provocation is very good for us. I think I'm going to put that on. This guy has a mask of precision. This guy probably makes the most sense. We'll take that. And we'll put that wand of healing on his little buddy here. He might be better off with something different. Oh, he does have the barbed shield at least, but... Ooh, actually, if he has the barbed shield, he's better off with the wand of provocation. Little juggle. And they are settled. Oh my god, okay. A moment. Repair. I think I can start casting forests now as well. I totally can. Which honestly, I think the more forests we have, the better. Herbalist benefits definitely from them, so casting them around that will be a good choice. Now, this is all in ruins, and I imagine it's going to stay in ruins. It's killing my economy, though. So, what do you think this defense is like? 55. I could just go down to this underground passage, pop out right here, and attack her city, and force her to surrender. And I think that's what I'm going to do. Because I need to have at least like one front not slaughtering me right now. And that seems like a good strategy. Creating forest doesn't be able to make you able to make forest improvements? I think it does. I'm fairly certain it does. You just have to like swap them out. You know, click them here and swap them out after. I'm almost certain it does, because the one that lets you do grasslands does let you build farms. And I can't really imagine they work differently. Now, I don't know if I want a lot of forests, but... Oh, Anvil has grown. Let's grab that extra farm for sure. I'd like to get this battleground keep. I'd like to get this cursed keep. This would actually be huge, because this would also give me 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 additional fortifications on this city. top of all the other nice bonuses. Bum, 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 bum. Decent conduit, yeah, we won't build that. I can get away with a mana obelisk. Silver Strad, you're not getting nothing. This guy's healing up another turn. I lost. They want me to become a vassal. We're going to decline. They don't even know. I'm about to vassalize them. A new war between these two dweebs. Okay. They have invaded me down here, and they are sacking all of my places, which is making them very evil. That's probably why... you know what? That's exactly why the two of these guys became so evil. Or at least he's become so evil, is because he burned down all my stuff. Okay, this herbalist will help us heal. Being able to jump literally like from healing range to their capital, that should crush them. That is my spell shaper, stone shaper. Because you're going to go here, here, and here. I am, of course, being invaded again by Thomas. But I'm going to let him do it. In the meantime. The price I'm going to have to pay. Prospect. Move you down here. Prospect. And you're going to go here. Prospect. We picked up cruel weaponry, which is great. And we're on the tier 3 tomes. Now, this is where things start getting a little bit bonkers. Tome of Transmutation is really nice because we can get transmuters, which petrify, which isn't an attack in my opinion because it just stuns them. I don't think it does damage. I think it just stuns. So this is the idea of like buying me time with transmuters, but I guess when I think about like, I'd rather support units than battle mages. But what I do get here is adaptive armor. Every turn they sustain non-physical damage, they get bolstered resistance and status protection. I can also pick up steel skin, which gives me defense and blight resistance, which I'm going to need for when I become a plant. Honestly, adaptive armor is extremely good. The Tome of Vigor has super growth, which gives us the +1 retaliation attacks, which I desperately need. But everything else in here is trash. Tome of Cycles we don't need. Tome of Sanctuary has Keeper's Mark, which is really good. It has Anointed People, which is really good with the +3 spirit resistance, status resistance. It also has like huge heal spells. And of course, Tome of Subjugation, which I think is what we have to prioritize, it gives us Intimidating Aura. It also gives us Tyrant Knights. But I don't think we need them. It does give us Final Ultimatum. Does this count? Would this count towards a pacifist build? It's mind control, but it's also like permanent. They die if they fail it, so we get Terrifying Aura here too. I think that this doesn't stack. Can I check something? Yeah. So I think Nightmares just get Intimidating Aura, which is different than what these guys get, because these guys get Intimidating Aura, but from that tome, they also get Terrifying Aura. So my heroes become a lot better, but this doesn't really matter. Oddly enough, Tome of Subjugation is not as valuable as I thought it would be. Tome of Great Transformation is what I was thinking about because Fetid Legion gives us 10 HP and Weakening Aura, which causes them to deal less damage every time they attack. Unfortunately, everything else in here is like, well, I don't know, +5 mana income's not bad. But like, I'm not going to take Whiteborn. I think Tome of Transmutation is what I have to take first. Because Adaptive Armor is really good. Steel Skin is really good. Transmute Resources I can use. Transmuter I don't super care about. Physical damage against bolster status resistance. But the super growth... My big fear of taking this right away is like I won't have enough better things to unlock. Like everything in here I could take. Every single one of these spells I wouldn't mind. It also gives us Sanctuary, which is really good. This would actually solve my problem of everybody raiding me all the time. I'm going to take Tome of Sanctuary to start. We are pacifists.
My faith is my shield. I am armored by love. I shall envelop the world.
Grants Faithful, reduces unit upkeep by 10%.
And bless it with healing light. I am the bastion of the weak. I fortify the strong.
I'm going to take with Anointed People first. Also, I'm just realizing something, which is that we don't have this, which I should have taken ages ago to get cheaper research. We're being invaded more. Yeah, we're gonna ignore this. I'm gonna beeline down here. It's the way to do it. You guys have a market. It looks like everybody left here though. No, they're just invisible. Channeling Chamber is not bad. It gives us the more casting points. Sanctuary counts as a conduit, a spelljammer. And Sacred Meadow is based off of conduits. So I'm going to put the Sacred Meadow here. Which means I can put the Sanctuary here or here. I think in this Forester is the best plot, because then Copperload is also defending it. I'm going to do that. They can't siege me. Or, you know, if they can't raid me, it's a lot of like not having to worry about this like northern province at all. So and I really should be, if I'm not casting anything, I should be casting forests, though I think I have cruel weapons to cast. Yes, cruel weaponry. Purple. Well, at least that looks better than the green. You've treated citizens of Silverstrad well, and now a famed bard contacts you with a charming smile. It's an honor to speak to you. I'm known throughout this realm as a humble bard, storyteller, and lyricist extraordinaire. I must simply write a ballad about you. We gain 56 gold per turn. I will not complain. Minor morale, production, food, and knowledge, or Imperium. Let's make it an inspiring working song. Production, food, and knowledge. All of these things I need. I'm going to fail this quest. Unless... less. 300 gold. Oh, I'll do it. I'm fairly certain this counts. Yeah, it does. Good news! Now that we have the Tranquility pool, I've built the golems. These iron golems can defend your borders. I once again embark on journeys of conquest and exploration. My eldest son took the leftover Tranquility pool and made this smithy where he apprentices. Please accept this gift from my family to you. Oh, a frost shield. Oh, very good for us. Gain a bastion, Imperium, or 10 alignment. I'll take the frost shield. We have all these characters who are rocking shields. This guy's just got a hammer. I'm desperate for some more one-handed weapons as well. This guy has the barbed shield. So yeah, this guy. Frost shield. A noble shield, a barbed shield, and a frost shield. Walk into a bar. That's annoying. These iron golems take 22 gold for upkeep. But I guess it's good to have, like, I don't know. I'd kind of need more units. We are constantly under attack here. Great Forest. A new rally has started. That's no good to me. Well, let's get these guys down here. Oh my god. 2 more turns and we can start getting teleporters. Yeah, and we need to start building sanctuaries for sure. Up in the corners, I suppose. At least my capital will be safe. It's the best thing I can do to fix my economy is just get the sanctuaries online. Tier 2 Whirlwind Blade. We can sell that off. For not enough money. Ooh, where are you going? 68 gold. I missed a spot back here. 70 production. That is enough to let us build some stuff. Eight turns for a sanctuary here. You can build the mint. I tell you what, we're going to do that. Because some cash up here would be really valuable. All right, you can't do anything. You can't really do anything. Let's keep going. I have no idea where her armies are. I'm really just hoping I can blitz this city. I do have to try something here. Let me just quick save. They haven't fixed this yet. No, it looks like it works. There's always a possibility that you just wander into the heap load of armies and get like 3v1'd. But it looks like they're mostly all right there. They're being attacked down here too from somebody else, which I would not have expected. Oh my god, we can unlock teleporters. Let's absolutely do that. We'll do these fights. Just give me a hot second. Create forest. I want to create a forest right. Well, kind of everywhere. Let's start there in the herd list. Yeah, I mean, a sanctuary is not going to do much good when they can put that many troops in my territory. All right. You're about to start the siege. Oh, they're all in the city still. I don't know that I actually need to win this siege. Like, I might just be able to start the siege, and that'll be enough. If I sabotage support... That's 2 points. I'm just shy on money here, aren't I? That's 5 turns. If I do undermining the walls, it's 5 turns. If I undermine the walls and get $2 from somebody. But this might be enough. I don't know. If I can get 465 gold, she will vassalize. I will sell everything I have right now to do that. First off, I don't need to do that, so I only need 320 gold-ish. I don't think you have that much money. You don't have very much money at all. Do you have money? You hate me, so the answer to that is no. You hate me. In fact, everybody hates me. Doesn't that complicate things? You literally have no cash left. Okay, what I can do is I can go to my cities. And I can do things like cancel this mint. And now I can make her fold, I think. No, I still need another 50-something gold. Well, I can cancel this mana obelisk. I'll do it. If it gets it, it's worth doing. I'm 3 gold off. I don't think I got a full refund for that building. You know, if I didn't have these guys, I would have made that money. Is there anything I can do for this cash? I mean, I guess I could. You don't like me, but you'll still... do business with me? You don't like me, but you'll still do business with me. Oh, you know what I could do? Grievances. I cannot afford to pay for this grievance. Silvertongue gives Whispering Stone allegiance. You know what? I could just sell that for 50 gold. Hell yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. He has a massive army down here. Which I guess came from... I don't even know where. He just brought a massive army down. I was like, oh, hello. You can go there, and you can go here. Perfect. Now at least I'm back in my own territory, and I'm healing. We no longer have a war with her at all. All we have to do is get north. I can also start repairing this city next turn. So yeah, it shouldn't take me too long to get through here. We have the roads and everything built. We actually like built the infrastructure to reconnect our territories. So if we rush up here, wipe out his armies, and then just make a play straight for Runeforge, I should be able to vassalize him as well. Without killing anybody. The true pacifist play. Marching on their cities with an army and then just being like, yes, join us, please. This is not a negotiation. This is a demand. And are there any mountains left to do? Technically, there's these mountains in the top left corner. We haven't done those. Also, everything underground. I haven't even touched underground yet. I'd love to know where her armies are. It's really funny that she was so besieged by this dweeb. It's also funny as his capital is not that hard to get to either. So if I do end up at war with him, impossible battle. Can my scout escape? Not if I click the wrong direction. Up. Victory or death? Victory! We escaped. Way of the coward strikes again. I wonder if my ally will do anything with her armies. What's really fun is she is also nature. So we technically get along. The best kind of getting along, technically getting along. Yo, why is this army so much faster than everybody else? If everybody has 32 movement, how come he was able to move that many more squares? Root of Shadow and a Root of Chaos. Root of Chaos is good for us. That's our homie. Root of Shadow, not so great. Though pretty easy to get to. Part of Zahatur. Let's see. We can pick up the Entwined Protectors as our backup. We've got Anointed People, which I'll cast with the transformation to give us glowy eyes. Because having glowy eyes is fun. You're gonna run down this way. Oh my god, there is a Tree of the Fae on the map. Didn't think there was. A Mace of Smiting deals spirit damage to fiends and undead. Hot damn. Let's see. You have the big pointy stick. You have the battle axe that does bleeding, which I think is the right choice for you. I guess you're in charge of the army. Let's give it to you instead of her. She just has the Industrious Hammer. She has the Barbed Shield, but, you know, we got to be limited on some things. Do we have armor for her? No. Okay. Rebuild that mana obelisk. Oh, I don't even know what to build up here. I think the Masonic Hall. String an infestation gives you stuff. They're upset at us and don't care. Have I mentioned that I don't care? You're my vassal. Shoot. Is he sending an army south? You know what? Before I build this... Oh, no, never mind. Can only build that because it's cheap. Because we should start getting the sanctuary up and running. Because he's definitely going to fold over there and start attacking that next, but... Oh, no! Whoa, jeez! 4 turns. Well, according to this, 3. According to that, 4. Which seems more reasonable. It's not a huge army, though. So I tell you what, I'm going to bring these iron golems up as well. See what we can do with them. If anything. Prospect that for a bit of cash. We'll prospect this for a bit of production. We'll prospect this for a bit of production. You're being breached. You desperately need to repair all of your territory. Which I think is fine to do now that we're not being destroyed. There goes all my cash. Silverstrad can annex another province. Let's grab this guy here in the middle. Because we were going to build a Sacred Meadow there. We've unlocked special province improvements grant 5 gold for 200 Imperium. 10 additional gold. Is that really all I have? Oh, I guess because so many of them are in ruin. I haven't been able to build many of them yet, so. Okay. We'll end the turn as the race for Anvil begins. The sprint for my city. I think he's got himself spread out too much. Like, this is only one army, so the moment I show up with a 6 stack, he's gonna break that siege. I don't think we got to be too worried about it. But I tell you what, we're going to take a look at that tomorrow as we continue this campaign and see if we can really beat the game by not attacking anybody the entire time. By only defending with our armies, can we potentially win on brutal, on the hardest difficulty? I think so. I think we can. That's my bet.